Good afternoon, speakers and all participants in China, and also good morning, speaker and participant from Europe, and hello, everybody who participate in the CIFSQ 2021 around the world. Welcome to mycotoxin session. I am Awanvi Phechkongkeo from Thammasat University, Thailand. I am a chairwoman of this session. You know as well that right now climate change is a big issue of us, and is like a big factor that's caused some contaminated of the mycotoxin and some emerging toxin into our agricultural commodity or even in the food products. And today, this session will help you to know more about how to detect, for example, some emerging mycotoxin, about the mitigation strategy, about the emerging issue, or maybe some occurrence, or maybe some binder for reduce or decontaminate mycotoxin in food. And today, I would like to encourage all of you, if you have any question, please feel free to discuss with us, because we have a lot of experts on mycotoxin with us today. I will start the session with the first speaker. He is Professor Franz Bertiller. Franz Bertiller is an associate professor at the Department of the CIFSQ of Boku, and he is also the head of the biomarker module of the Christian Doppler Laboratory for Innovative Gut Health Concept of Livestock. He is also the editor-in-chief of the World Mycotoxin Journal, and also as a chair of the Austrian Society of Toxicology. Franz he has like a lot of the scientific publication on mycotoxins, and also like he has like a very high H index, which is about the 51. So he is really the expert on mycotoxin. And today it is my great honor that he is here with us for giving a lecture on accurate quantification of modified mycotoxin in cereal. Franz, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Avanvi, and good afternoon to everybody in China. Good morning to everyone in Europe. It's really a pleasure for me to speak to you today about the accurate quantification of some modified mycotoxins in cereal. So, to be honest, I would like to focus on just one mycotoxin, which is the very well-known fusarium mycotoxin deoxynivalenol. But as a lot of you know, this is not actually the form that is produced by the fungi itself, because what is produced in the first stage in the biosynthesis of trichothecenes and of deoxynivalenol are its precursor, 3-acetyl deoxynivalenol and or 15-acetyl deoxynivalenol. And the plant very rapidly converts this to DON. Also the fungi does it in part. So these three mycotoxins are occurring together, and all of them are considered mycotoxins. Also, the plant has a tremendous capability to convert xenobiotic substances such as mycotoxins to some compounds which are not so toxic or not toxic to plants, like deoxynivalenol 3-glucoside in the case of deoxynivalenol. So in the end, although DON is regulated in many parts of the world, really what is occurring in nature is very often a combination of those four chemical compounds. So where is the problem in that? In 2017, EFSA, the European Food Safety Authority, issued an opinion, and they tried to estimate the risk that is arising from the presence of DON and its acetylated and modified forms in food and feed. And what they concluded is that 3-acetyl DON and 15-acetyl DON are very, very rapidly deacetylated in the intestine of humans and animals. And pretty much the same is also happening with DON3-glucoside, as this is cleaved and DON is released. So what EFSA in 2017 concluded is that the toxicities of the modified forms, 3-acetyl-DON, 15-acetyl-DON, and DON-glucoside are basically the same. And so they used the daily tolerable intake value, which was established for DON from 1 microgram per kilogram body weight per day, as a group TDI for the sum of those 4 compounds. So take-home message here is that it is not sufficient to only measure DON, but also the co-occurring form 3-acetyl-DON, 15-acetyl-DON, and DON3-glucoside should be measured because they have the same toxicity as DON. EFSA also concluded that the standardization of LC-MS-MF methods is really needed to allow for the simultaneous quantifications of those 4 compounds. And that is needed to get more reliable conclusions. So this is a little bit, maybe curious or strange. So why is it really a problem? So back 4 years ago, why aren't we able to measure those 4 compounds using a very sophisticated equipment like liquid chromatography coupled to tandem mass spectrometry? And I would like to show with you one of my earlier publications. So that is the publication from 2005, where we measured Fusarium mycotoxins, type A trichothecenes, zearalenone, but also type B trichothecenes like deoxynivalenol and its acetylated forms. And this is a quite good example of what an multi-mycotoxin method nowadays can look like. So what you will notice is that we have 1 nice peaks for a compound which I labeled A-DONs. And A-DONs is really the sum of 3 and 15-acetyl-DON. So they could not be separated from each other. When we look at the transitions, we know that 3-acetyl-DON and 15-acetyl-DON have the same mass. So we have the same precursors. So also in the first stage of the mass spectrometer, we cannot differentiate between 3 and 15-A-DON. When we try to fragment those 2 compounds, we have 1 specific fragment for 3-acetyl-DON. So we can quantify 3-acetyl-DON, but we cannot really quantify 15-acetyl-DON in the presence because they are also ionizing quite differently. So we cannot easily come up with a sum value. And this will result in, let's not call it false quantification, but a quite inaccurate quantification. So what we really need to do is, as those 2 compounds, 3-acetyl-DON and 15-acetyl-DON, have the same mass, we should aim to separate them using chromatography. And this is what we tried using a UHPLC setup. We used several methanol or acetonitrile gradients, all of which are containing some ammonium acetate, which are helping in the ionization of the compounds as the acetate adducts are formed. And we tested a number of columns. And so these are C18 columns mainly, which are widely used. All of them are UHPLC columns, sub 2 micrometer particles. But we also tested perfluorinated columns, and we also tested chiral columns used for the separation of chiral compounds, which 3 and 15-acetyl-DON are. So to make a very long story short, the best separation that we could gain was using this Waters column. And so you can see here that it's absolutely no problem to separate DON and DON3-glucoside. You can do that on many different columns. But it is really tricky to separate 3-acetyl-DON and 15-acetyl-DON. Again, I'm not saying that this is the best column ever, and you might actually get a better separation with another column. This is just the best column from those that we tested. And although not perfect, because as you can see, 15-acetaldone and 3-acetaldone are not baseline separated, they are separated well enough to at least use the peak height to determine its concentration. So when it comes to accurate quantification, one of the requirements I told you already, we really need to aim for a separation of isobaric compounds. The other problem that we have to tackle are matrix effects. And in liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, the foe of accurate quantification are really matrix effects. So what are those matrix effects? During electrospray ionization, some co-eluting compounds interfere with the ionization of your analyte. And this results in that you get a different slope when you compare your standards as when you measure a sample. And you see the black line here, this is the concentration of the mycotoxin plotted against the peak area. You have a certain slope from your standards. But if you have a matrix enhancement effect, you end up at the red line because for some reason your co-eluting compounds enhance the ionization of your analyte. Very often, though, you have a matrix suppression effect and you get a different response, a lower response and a lower sensitivity. So what we try to aim is really to get back to this black line to have no matrix effects. So what can you do to achieve that in general? First of all, you can dilute your sample. So as you dilute your sample even more and more and more, you get rid of a lot of matrix, but you also lose a lot of sensitivity. And this is for trace analysis not really an option. You can use matrix match calibration, and actually this is the strategy that is quite often done in mycotoxin analysis. The problem is there that you need, if you change your matrix, if you change maize to wheat to barley, you need to prepare a fresh matrix match calibration for each of your matrices. You can add standards to your sample, to each of them, and measure your sample without standard addition and with a standard and a second concentration of standard, maybe a third one. This is really a quite accurate method, but you need multiple injections. So the gold standard to have speed and you have a robust method is using an internal standard. So an internal standard is a compound which behaves exactly like the analyte, but is still distinctive. And what you can use is a different compound, which is structurally very related. However, this will also result maybe in a different retention time. So this is not really the main idea. Ideally, you can use isotope labeled standards. Those are chemically the same substances. So it's just if you if you change all the carbon-12 isotopes versus carbon-13 isotopes, it's still the same compound. It behaves exactly the same, but it has a different mass. And of course, using a mass spectrometer, we can differentiate between those compounds. So on the right part of the slide, you see the idea behind internal calibration and what we call stable isotope dilution assay. So what you use is you have an unknown concentration of your mycotoxins, you add a known concentration of your internal standard, and you will end up in a ratio. And so there's always a certain ratio between the mycotoxin and the internal standard. And even if you lost compounds throughout your analysis and due to matrix effects, the ratio always remains the same. And as you know how much internal standard you have added, and you can very, very accurately determine the ratio, you can calculate back to the original concentration of the mycotoxin. So for DON, 3-acetyl and 15-acetyl DON, fully carbon-13 labeled standards are commercially available. What was not available until very, very recently, until we produced them, is a carbon-13 labeled standard for DON 3-glucoside. So how did we produce them? So actually, the working group of Professor Gerhard Adam isolated an enzyme from rice, which is actually responsible in rice to convert deoxynivalenol to its DOM3-glucoside form. And we used that pure enzyme to produce DOM3-glucoside, and that is published back in 2015 in a toxins paper. The strategy behind is that you need a co-substrate, and this co-substrate is UDP glucose. There is no, or at least no cheap carbon-13 labeled UDP glucose available on the market. But what is quite cheap is sucrose, and that can be, of course, also carbon-13 labeled. So what we used is using fully carbon-13 labeled DON, and we used fully carbon-13 labeled sucrose, and using a 2-enzyme assay, converting as a recycling system the sucrose to fructose, and arming the UDP which is there to the UDP now 13C glucose, and then linking the UDP 13C glucose to the 13C DON using this rice enzyme yielded fully carbon-13 labeled DOM3 glucoside. And we also made that commercially available now. So how is the overall assay looking? First of all, we used maize, but you can do that for any other cereal. You have, as always, to grind your sample, weigh in your sample. You add the 4-fold volume of an extraction solvent and shake that for, we used 60 minutes on a rotary shaker. And what you see here, and this is not a typo, we used 20% of acetonitrile. And this is a quite unusual solvent. So more often you use like 80% acetonitrile. And why is this? And why did we use 20% acetonitrile only? The reason is that it is sufficient. Actually, we have the highest yield to a very, very polar solvent, and we don't care about all the co-eluting compounds that we also co-extract because we add an internal standard afterwards. We use no cleanup. We just transfer 80 microliter of the aliquot into a micro insert at 20 microliter of the mix of our internal standard and analyze it. And what you see here is the results. So these are the apparent recoveries with and without the internal standard. And you can see that we are close to 100% of apparent recovery using the internal standard for all of those 4 compounds. So to sum up, I hope to have shown you that it's possible to accurately determine DON and its modified forms in maize and other cereals. The internal standards which are available compensate for matrix effects. We optimize this method for a quick and easy handling and not necessarily for the best possible sensitivity. So don't expect the highest sensitivity from this method. It's really a robust, very quick and fast and easy handling method. And if you would like to know more about it, it was recently published also in Toxins. And you can just go there and look for my name and you will find the publication. So with this, I would like to add one more slide, if I'm allowed, and would like to present you an opportunity. If you want to know more about mycotoxins and the determination of mycotoxins, my university, BOKU in Austria, is offering next year in summer 2 one-week training courses focusing really on mycotoxins as such. I would call it mycotoxins in a nutshell. And the second week is focusing on liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, determination of mycotoxins and also of other food contaminants. So if you're interested in this, just Google for BOKU mycotoxins or Mycotoxin Summer Academy. It's quite a long link, but if you're interested, you find more on the net about this. And with this, I want to thank all the sponsors of the study and you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franz. Thank you very much, Franz, for your great presentation. So you provide us a lot of the details and the accurate method for done detection in the cereal sample or in the food sample. I would like to encourage, is there any question from the participants?
I will also be, sorry, I will also be, I just wanted to mention that the panelists are around throughout the session, so you can also use the chat. And I think there is also a Q&A session at the end of the session, so where you also have the chance to ask questions if you don't have spontaneous questions right now.
Okay, so thank you very much, Franz. So maybe we can have like some question and answer again after this session. So thank you very much for your great presentation, and I would like to move to our next speaker, Dr. Q Nan. He is the associate researcher at the Chemical Laboratory in the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. And Dr. Q Nan joined CIFSA since 2014, and her work is mainly focused on the food contamination detection and exposure assessment research. And today she is here with us for giving a lecture on multi-component methods for mycotoxin determination in China total diet study. Please, Dr. Q Nan, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Qiu Nanan from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Today, I'd like to share with you the multi-component methods for the mycotoxin determination in China total diet study. So I can start my speech in 4 categories. So as we know them, mycotoxins are toxic secondary metabolites produced by the mouse in the suitable environmental conditions. And more than 500 mycotoxins have been described. Actually, it is easily found in the food. And plant origin foods can be directly infested by the fungi and contaminated by the mycotoxins. And other food products can also become contaminated as a consequence of the carryover from the fish or the raw materials. So this is a picture of the mycotoxins susceptible crops. For example, the peanuts, the potato, the beans, cereal, and sunflower seeds, and etc. Or the apple, grapes, the beer. So this is a source and the toxicity of the main mycotoxins. For example, the aspergillus and the T2 toxin and the dioxin venom and its derivatives vomiting reaction, and the zearalenone and its derivatives estrogen syndrome. As well as some penicillium and alternaria. And their toxicity are totally different. And also some will lead to the cancer. So this is the regular molecular structure of the mycotoxins. So the slide shows us the 6 different forms of the mycotoxins, especially B1, B2, G1, G2, M1, M2. And there are 12 of the toxins have been identified. So now let's see the trichotensinus. And it has the 2 types, type A and type B. And the T2H, T2 is the represented the toxicity. Sorry, the remote doesn't work. Okay, next let's move to the zearalenone. The zearalenone is an estrogenic toxin produced mainly by the fusarium, the zeolin, and its main metabolite. And alpha, the zearalenone, beta zearalenone may cause the contamination in food and feed. Actually, 7 analogs have been identified, including the ultratoxin A, B, and C, and OTA. And we just attach importance to the ultraroxin A, and it has the highest toxicity. And the formonesins, more than 15 analogs have been identified. And the most abundant and toxic are FB1 and FB2. So this is the molecular of the BEA and the ENNs. So from this slide, we can see the alternaria mycotoxins. And we can see the TEA, which is the tenozonic acid, and the TEN, the tentoxin. Next, let's talk about total diet study. The total diet study, TDS, is considered as the most efficient and effective method to evaluate the dietary intakes of certain chemical substances through the ready-to-eat diet, including water for a group of populations. So the major components of TDS includes sampling, preparation, analysis, and comparability reference value, exposure, evaluation, and consumption. These are the countries and regions in the world that carry out TDS on the mycotoxins, which includes France, Australia, New Zealand, Spanish, Canada, Dutch, Ireland, and some countries in Africa and China, and Hong Kong of China. So currently, we've already carried out different methods. And for example, the mycotoxin analytical methods in the different TDS. So the mycotoxin analytical methods is very sensitive and be used very widely. So from China Total Diet Study since the 1990s,
China started to conduct the total diet study since 1996. And this is the geographical location in the 6th China TDS. So over 2/3 of the Chinese population, they represent the diet habit of the whole China. Totally 13 categories, including meat, egg, exotic, dairy product, vegetable, fruits, sugar, beverage and water, alcohol, and condiment, including the cooking oil. And oil and sauce are added to the previous 12 categories, which complex the situation. And there are different methods to test 43 mycotoxin. And we categorize them down to 3 groups. In group A, includes down A, down 3, and AFB, T2, HT2, total 26 mycotoxins. And in group B, it mainly includes FB, OTA, OTB. And group C mainly includes AOH, ENMB, CIT, CPA, TEN, and BEA. So total 12 mycotoxins. And we mark them with LS. We choose 2 grams food and add some solvent, and we use water and ACN as the solvent, and then nitrogen dried, reconstitute, and analyze. And for group B, we use 50% of water as a solvent, and the pH value ranges from 6 to 9. And nitrogen dry, reconstituted, and analyzed. And all of them include the C-FB1, and they have 1% of the alcohol, and to dilute with 10 milliliter plus 1 methanol, and evaporate to dry. And for the group C, and we use of the NaH2PO4 to clean up and reconstitute and put them to analyze. For group C, and the pH value is adjusted to 3.0. And the collection rate is increased. And we optimize 43 columns. So this is the collection value of the mycotoxins. And we use squad 6500 and mass spectrometer to test it. And we use C18 column to separate. And the column temperature is 50 degrees centigrade. And the injection volume is 5 milliliter. And the size are similar. And we didn't add any acid. And if we use methanol, and we found that the structure is quite similar. M1, M2, and the down cannot be solved fully because their structures are similar. And the optimization of the processor on product on collision energy and decluttering potential for each analysis to make sure that the mycotoxin can be solved fully. And we use 95% of water. Take MOA for example, and PMP, and their collection with a C18 is quite weak. And it can be washed within 27 minutes. And the ISI and ESI methods are adopted to analyze. And this is used to analyze formic acid. And for both of them are acid, mycotoxin. So we add 0.1% of formic acid. And 30% of the organic solvent, and it has been done within 6 minutes. And we require alkali solvent, ALT and AOH. It will develop the separation of acid. And that will enhance the split of the chemicals. And it can also improve the sensitivity of the mycotoxins. And the washing solution, it can be done within 8 minutes. And we use ESI methods and ESI positive methods and negative methods. And this is a condition, precursor, quantification on, confirmation on. And this is the chromatograms of UHPLC separation for the 43 mycotoxins. You can see the method is quite sensitive. And the base value is very complex. And it raises higher requirements for sensitivities.
C 组的。就是我们对，这个方法第6组中国总膳食中，我们新建的这个方法与以前的方法比较，就是有以下的这几个优势吧。
And there are some advantages compared with our previous methods. We have tested 37 mycotoxins, and in the 6th study, we have combined the previous 2 studies, and we have deleted some of the unperforming mycotoxins and added some new ingredients in the worldwide. And we have tested the largest number of the mycotoxins. And Dutchland conducted a similar analysis. And there's no country, only China tested the 10 mycotoxins. For HT2, you can see the sensitivity of the methods is quite high. And optimization of the mobile phase solvent to separate and detect the multi-mycotoxins. And the exposed dosage is quite high. And these methods increase the precision of the detection. This is the key points during our experiments. And we should separate and detect of the multi-mycotoxins. And we also conduct the construction with the sub. And at the same time, so we mark them with IIs.
So we're also going to do the qualification of the isomers and derivatives. For the sample, first is the clarification of the samples. And for the sample pretreatment, we should consider the optimization of the extraction solvents and their ratios of mixed solvents used. The second consideration is SPE, the cartridge selection. third consideration is the reconstitution solvent selection. And we also need to consider the quality control samples. So the matrix and the content range were the same. Last one. Sampling uniformity. For example, the aflatoxin, and it is sampling uniformity should be attached great importance to. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Q Nan. Is there any questions from the participants?
Oh, yeah.
No, if there is no any question at the moment right now, maybe another participant will maybe just think about the question and we can discuss later during a Q&A session. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Q Nan. I will move next to our third speaker. Our third speaker, she is the FAO officer, Dr. Cornelia Bush, and she is here with us today and for giving a lecture in contouring the list of the aflatoxin contaminated crop in a developing country context. Dr. Cornelia Bush, she is the FAO Food Safety Officer, and she is her research mainly focused on food safety capacity building in national program in developing country. And today she is here with us. So please welcome Dr. Cornelia Bush. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Owenwi. I am going to, because my internet is a bit strange, I am going to remove my image and just share my screen and talk, okay?
Okay, okay.
Yes. Here we go. So here we are. Thank you again, Owenwi, for this kind introduction. And it is an honor and pleasure to be able to present as part of this important panel during the China International Food Safety and Quality Conference. Now, despite the importance of mycotoxins, as we all know, to public health and trade worldwide, I am constantly surprised by the fact that most people I speak to outside the mycotoxin community have either never heard of this problem or then believe that it has been solved or that it can be easily solved. In my work as a food safety officer for FAO, which is my work is part of a team, so I'm not the only one doing this, I have been given the opportunity to work with esteemed and renowned colleagues from around the world who are all dedicated to the mitigation of this most serious of food safety hazards. This talk, I'm building on what they have taught me, and also around the context of FAO's approach to this topic of mycotoxin mitigation. I will describe the lens through which FAO views the issue and provide selected insights about FAO's work on mycotoxins. I further will make the case that only through a systems approach can a food safety problem of this level of complexity be addressed. Farming communities are a main focus of FAO's work, and understanding their realities is an important factor when talking about mycotoxins. Recently published research by FAO has confirmed the importance of the role of family farms to food supplies. And here you can see a screenshot of the publication, which is available online and open access. The reality is that family farms produce roughly 80% of the world's food in value terms. 5 of every 6 farms in the world consist of less than 2 hectares, operate only around 12% of agricultural land, and nevertheless produce roughly 35% of the world's food. In South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, small holdings occupy a much larger share of agricultural land than the global average. If we take a look at where the risk of aflatoxin contamination is the highest, we see that many of these small farms are operating within the zone where a perennial contamination risk for aflatoxins exists. What further adds to the challenge of aflatoxin control is the fact that, other than fumonisins, ochratoxin, deoxynivalenol, and patulin, the same crop can be contaminated more than once along the value chain with aflatoxins. This adds to the complexity of control because competent authorities have mandates that are often limited to one section of the value chain. So, for example, everything that is pre-harvest, as you see here on the left of the slide. In practical terms, this means that interventions limited to one part of the value chain will not contribute to the overall safety of the crops and foods in question, unless there is effective collaboration between all the competent authorities, such as between primary production, those in charge of processing, trade, public health, etc. Aflatoxins remain a serious hazard in a small family farming context. Because of this, smallholder communities are permanently facing a risk for their crops, to their health, because studies have established that aflatoxins are a cause for human liver cancer, with a particularly elevated risk in people with chronic hepatitis B, which is prevalent in many developing countries. In addition, acute aflatoxicosis occurs when extremely high levels of aflatoxin are ingested. And unfortunately, this continues to be a reality in developing countries, affecting both people and animals. A food insecurity context and the reliance on national grain reserves add an additional level of complexity. And I would also like to add a point of importance in FAO's capacity development work. The fact that the distances to reach farms are enormous and that these remote areas often lack reliable network coverage. Environmental factors add to the complexity. This depiction shows the different steps and elements of a value chain, starting with primary production and ending with human health and trade. Even this simplified depiction shows the many points where the aflatoxin hazard can strike. Each step of this value chain is further affected by a number of environmental factors, such as temperature, moisture, pests, fungus, heat, and overgrazing. Given that the agri-food chains in emerging economies are much more complex than this simple depiction, and many of the actors are not formalized, we can all agree that the level of complexity for these contexts is very high. All this, again, makes the challenge for governments trying to develop effective policies exceedingly difficult. The advances in technology, science, knowledge, best practices, which are developed by the private sector, academia, governments, etc., are all very important. However, if these solutions are applied in an isolated manner, it will only add to the level of complexity and not help those that are desperately in need that we address this food contaminant. A systems approach can help address the complexity of the issue, or at least think about it in different ways. It is human nature to have the desire to demonstrate how good we are in our respective roles, and our disciplines push us to emphasize competition. However, to be able to tackle the hazard of aflatoxins, we have to choose the humble and sometimes more arduous path of collaboration. In facing this problem of complexity, we need to move away from a focus on details and instead take a step back and view how we can adopt a systems approach, focusing on elements within the system that contribute to effective and integrated solutions. This will require us to work on both hard factors such as technology, infrastructure, etc., while simultaneously studying where there are soft factors such as communication, coordination, and participation that are crucial to maintaining interlinkages and ensuring that solutions incorporate the smallholder context. I'm now moving on to describe how FAO contributes to the efforts of mycotoxin mitigation. FAO does not conduct research, nor does it operate in the private sector. Rather, what we do is to work in collaboration with those with specific expertise, and by doing this, we contribute to the ability of our members to make informed decisions on complex topics. In this, we depend on the shared results from academia and the private sector to be able to do our job well. We understand that nobody alone has the solution, however, that everyone is learning together. With this slide, I am sharing the process of international standard development as would be relevant to mycotoxins. The two initial players in this narrative are the Codex Alimentarius and, on the left, JECFA, the joint FAO-WHO Expert Committee on Food Additives. In a first step, Codex Alimentarius will request support on a food contaminant, such as mycotoxins, from JECFA. And JECFA, through its processes, will provide a scientific assessment. The result of this transparent process are standards that are science-based. And FAO enters the picture in this mechanism by contributing to the JECFA scientific assessment and by working intensively with scientists who are experts in a given field. The setting of internationally recognized food safety standards by the Codex Alimentarius Commission, a meeting is pictured in this slide, is a support towards standards that can also those countries use who cannot afford to maintain standard setting processes of their own and that they can contribute to and benefit from. The Codex Alimentarius is an intergovernmental food standard setting body established by FAO and WHO with the goal to protect consumers' health and ensure fair practices in the food trade. This latter point is important as Codex food safety standards are benchmark standards under the WTO SPS agreement. Now to some tools and materials developed by FAO that I thought might be of relevance in the context of this session. In addition to contributing to international standard setting, FAO develops tools and publications, again, mostly in collaboration with others. And the ones that I would like to mention here are a recent publication entitled here, shown here, entitled Climate Change, Unpacking the Burden on Food Safety. And this one also contains a section on mycotoxins. Another tool that was developed a few years ago and which is available online provides support in analyzing performance of sampling plans and determining the most appropriate plan to meet users' defined objectives. Any user can evaluate the effect of varying sampling plan design parameters, such as sample size, on the performance of the sampling plan. Using this performance information, the user can further determine the most appropriate mycotoxin sampling plan to minimize risk of misclassifying lots. And there is a user guide that provides step-by-step guidance on how to use it in 26 mycotoxin commodity combinations. This tool was developed together with Professor Tom Whitaker, a renowned expert on methodologies to evaluate the performance on sampling plans for agricultural commodities. Perhaps you're wondering why I'm sharing this very specific tool here. Well, it is because in using this tool, one can see that for aflatoxin sampling in a smallholder context, effectively most of the crop of a single farmer would have to be used to achieve a meaningful result. And this is a crucial aspect for capacity development work, where we often see calls for simple kits to be distributed to smallholder farmers as a measure for aflatoxin control. Another one of these well-meant but unhelpful proposals. As a conclusion of my message, I would like to emphasize that we will need good governments to ensure that we achieve integrated action for mycotoxin control. This will require us to involve elements beyond technology and science, such as investments in infrastructure and adequate regulatory frameworks. Overall, we can say that mycotoxins will adapt well to climate change, that we need to emphasize the need to prevent instead of reacting, and we need to promote the message that to be really innovative, solutions have to consider a mix of old and new. They need to go beyond technology or science and include all relevant elements of an agri-food system. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cornelia Birch. Thank you for your great presentation. Okay. I will move the question. If you have any question, maybe we can discuss later on in the question and answer section. Okay. So there is one question. So please.
Hi, Cornelia. Thank you for the
Hello,
session.
Iola.
Yeah, thank you so much for the session. And I was just happy when you mentioned the points that I've been trying to ask and trying to find out. It's about the maximum or the regulation limits that are set for each kind of mycotoxins. So based on my previous search on the regulatory limits on this mycotoxin, I discovered that I could see fumonisin only for maize. And I was just curious, and I would like to ask, is there any explanation for setting the limit for fumonisin for this particular crop, while other aflatoxin limits were set for other food crops? So what's so specific or peculiar to this type of mycotoxins that the limit was only set for maize crop? Thank you.
Well, we're going into the realm of politics. And what happened is that you get at the Codex Alimentarius level, this is where all the countries come together and decisions are decided upon by consensus. And because there has been absolutely no consensus between big trading blocs on, for example, aflatoxin limits in maize, these do not exist. And this is a problem. It's sometimes these international bodies, we're not the police. We reflect the reality of the world. And so you're not going to force people. And what is happening now is, of course, that everybody is setting their own standards. And personally, having worked with a lot of top researchers who have also a lot of experience in the field, working with farming communities, what we are seeing are very, very strict limits that can never be achieved by primary production. And this is also a problem because there has not been any consensus at international level. In the details of Codex work, and this is transparent, you have to go and search on their site, you can see all of the discussions that are being held on this topic. So there is a lot of information out there, and you can see it is ongoing. It is not a dead topic, but it is a problem. And this standard setting, especially as people believe that the stricter the standard is, the better. And not everyone is certain about this, but this is just a hard fact out there. Thank you very much for your question.
Okay, so thank you very much, Guy, for all the question and answer. I would
Excuse me,
like
the chairwoman, can we ask one more question from Beijing?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Cornelia, this is Guang Tao from Mars Global Food Safety Center. So I have a very quick question, in regard to the tools you provided, on the website just now. You mentioned in your presentation, and do you think with the pandemic and everything, it accelerates the speed where individual users adapt these tools?
Well, the problem about the pandemic is that travel was restricted. And, for example, a sampling tool, well, you have to go and get samples for that. And without travel, that would be difficult. What I do believe, and it's a good point that you make this, is that in coming together virtually like this, which enables, nobody has to travel anymore. We can all come together from all over the world and share information. And so I do hope that, the shared knowledge and the use of tools that are made available globally without restrictions will help to find solutions. But it probably depends on the tool. So something that you can read and think about. Yes, during the pandemic, we had a lot of time for that, but nobody could travel. So anything that's a sampling plan, nobody would have used. Thank you very much for the good question.
Thank you, Cornelia.
Thank you very much. So I would like to move next to our next speaker. She is the Professor Sarah De Seeger. Professor Sarah De Seeger, she is the professor at Ghent University, and she also the head of the Center of Excellence in Mycotoxicology and Public Health. She is also the coordinator of the International Thematic Network, Mycotoxins also. Her main research is focused on mycotoxins and human health, and also mycotoxin detection method, metabolomic, and targeted analysis, and also the mycotoxin exposomic. She published a lot of the mycotoxin publication, and her H index is 51 right now. And today she is here with us for giving the lecture on mycotoxins. So Sarah, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot for this very nice introduction, Awanwi. I will now try to share my screen. I also will show a video during this presentation, so I hope everything will be technically possible. Just 1 second to share my screen. Okay, I think, yes, this works. So, hello, everybody. So good afternoon in Beijing, and all my best greetings from Ghent in Belgium. And indeed, as introduced, I will talk about Mycotoxins, which is an international cooperation in which we want to improve food security and food safety. So first of all, I would like to start with some of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have the Zero Hunger Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which clearly tells us that by 2030, we would like to achieve full access to sufficient, also nutritious, but also safe food to the whole population. So this means indeed that food safety could be one of the obstacles to reach this Sustainable Development Goal number 2. So for that reason, the World Health Organization, as you can see on this poster, asked to team up for safety, because food safety is a shared responsibility, which was also already said in the previous presentation by Dr. Bush. If we then look to all the different actors in the food safety, I mean all the different possible contaminants and pathogens, then we really see that mycotoxins do play a major role in the health risks. So for a certain extent, they can be responsible for some acute health effects in humans, but also they are the top number 1 regarding chronic health risks in humans. I don't have to tell you anymore what mycotoxins are. We have seen this before by the previous speakers, so you all know they are fungal secondary metabolites that can be present in many different of our food commodities. What I do like to emphasize, however, is indeed that due to climate change, we already see shifts in mycotoxin prevalence. For instance, in Europe, we see an increase in aflatoxin B1 contamination in maize, and also in my country, in Belgium, we see an increase in fumonisin contamination in maize. But also, as said by Dr. Bush in the previous presentation, it is clear that the challenges that we have in the mycotoxin issue are much more than what can be said by one research group. So, for example, one of the biggest challenges at the moment, I think, is that we don't have enough data on the mycotoxin issue. So, for instance, in some countries, we are just flying blind. There are no food safety data available, and there is also a lack of good accessible food consumption data. Next to that, concerning mycotoxins and health risk, we still lack some robust epidemiological studies to investigate links between multi-mycotoxin exposure and human health outcomes. Next to that, in developing countries, there is still a need for fit-for-purpose risk assessment. It's too much that developing countries just have to borrow risk assessments and regulations from other countries like the EU. Besides that, there is still a need to strengthen human and infrastructural capacity in many countries. Now, for all these reasons, it is clear that the mycotoxin issue is a global problem that needs an international approach, as also already said by Dr. Bush. Now, for that reason, in 2017, we have established the MyToxOut network. And this, as you can see, at the moment consists of a partnership between all the different countries on this slide. Now, this is a partnership which is funded by the Ghent University Global Minds Fund. And we are now at the final year of this 5 years program, and we are now submitting for extension for another 5 years. So let me now first show you the story of MyToxOut, and I would like to do this by showing you this short video. So in case there is any technical problem, I would like that the chair just tells me. I will now start the video, and I hope the sound is possible, that you will hear it all through Beijing.
Did you know that one of the greatest threats to global food safety originates from a natural source? Mycotoxins, which are poisons produced by fungi, cause cancer, suppress the immune system, and retard growth. The majority of the world's food crops are contaminated by these highly toxic substances. Cereals, bakery products, nuts, fruit, herbs and spices, cocoa, milk, coffee, tea, wine, beer, they are all predominantly contaminated. The incidence is therefore a danger to human health and an important source of food waste. The most affected crops are those being produced in low and middle income countries. To make matters worse, poverty, population growth and climate change further challenge food safety in these regions. In 2016, during a severe mycotoxin outbreak, vast numbers of Tanzanian children and elderly people died from consuming homegrown maize. maintaining mycotoxin levels up to 1,000-fold of the EU maximum level. Furthermore, mycotoxins have profound economic impacts, depriving low and middle-income countries from trading with the rest of the world. To illustrate, the European Rapid Alert System reports mycotoxins as the greatest hazard originating from non-EU countries. Although easy and effective intervention strategies do exist, affected countries still lack awareness and have limited capacity to implement legislation, prevention, and monitoring systems. Mycotoxin mitigation therefore requires an international approach, and this is where Mytox South offers an integrated solution. The Mytox South Global Network builds sustainable, equitable partnerships and develops human capacity. Our organization bridges the gap between academic research and industry by mentoring and training researchers and QC personnel, consequently enabling co-creation of mycotoxin reduction measures fit for local use. We offer our unique 25 years of academic experience in food safety research to build global mycotoxin awareness, from farmers to industry to policymakers. Join us. Mytox South is your international partner to achieve your food safety goals.
Thanks a lot, and I hope everything was clear there in Beijing. So as you can see, the Mytox South network is really our passion, our mission to go. And so we coordinate this network from Ghent University at the Center of Excellence in Mycotoxicology and Public Health. You can see here the coordinators team. And I would like to emphasize that we also link our food safety expertise with nutrition and health experts like Professor Lasha. Besides, here you can see the partners, and we have partners in different parts of the world, as you have seen. For instance, in the US, we have BioIntelliPro, we have World Food Preservation Center, and we have the Soybean Innovation Lab of the University of Illinois and University of Florida. In the European Union, we have from Italy ISPA CNR, and in Madrid Complutense University. We have the Lady Agri Impact Investment Hub. And last but not least, we have the European Commission Joint Research Center, who is also joining us in this partnership. In China, we have two very important partners. In Shanghai, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, we have Professor Aibo Wu. And in Nanjing, we have the Nanjing Agricultural University with Professor Song. With both of these Chinese professors, I have a very long-lasting collaboration. Then we have partners all over Africa. You can see the different countries involved, like Kenya, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Ethiopia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Uganda. I also would like to mention that we partner with the Voices of Women in the Development of Agriculture, and also with the African Center of Excellence in Mycotoxins and Food Safety, which is a World Bank established African Center of Excellence located in Minna, Nigeria. Also, the last years, we are extending our partnership through, to Latin America, and we have partners in Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. Now, what is the aim of our network? So the first goal is that we educate and train young students and scientists from middle and low income countries. So indeed, we are an academic organization, and yes, as we always do, we first educate students. Next to that, we want to build capacity through co-creation. Co-creation is a very important aspect here that I also would like to emphasize. Our second goal is to create awareness. Like said by the previous speaker, A lot of people still don't know what mycotoxins are and what the dangers are. Also, we invest in networking and partnership development. And as a third goal, we conduct research and develop innovative technologies in terms of suitable mitigation strategies. Coming back to the first aim, how are we trying to do this? So first of all, through Mytoxout, we fund traineeship periods between 1 and 6 months. So those people are selected based on a competitive call, and then they can have training in the different Mytoxout labs. You can see here some of the participants, some of the scholarships that we had. Of course, you see a blank spot in 2020. So also here, the COVID pandemic had a big impact on the working of our Mytoxout network. The second aim is to create awareness. And here we develop or we organize different seminars all over the world. For instance, here was one in Ecuador, in Nigeria. So, and there we try to talk to different stakeholders. For instance, we create awareness for farmers. And these are some pictures from the Farmers Lab that we organized in Soweto, in Johannesburg, South Africa, in February 2020. And this was also the last real-life awareness creation workshop that we could organize before the pandemic. However, I can tell you that we didn't stop working, of course, during the pandemic. And we also organized a lot of online virtual workshops and seminars. And as said by the previous speaker, the good thing is here that through the virtual work, we could even extend our Mytoxout network. The other stakeholders that we really would like to reach are the policymakers. So here, for instance, you can see an example when we were in Harare, Zimbabwe in February 2018, where we organized a dissemination workshop on mycotoxins to the policymakers. And it was very well attended. And it was also commented in the newspapers one day after this event. In Lagos, Nigeria, we were there together with a trade mission, a Belgian, Flanders trade mission. And also there we could discuss the mycotoxin food safety issue in Nigeria. Also, time doesn't allow me to show you all the workshops and seminars that we have organized. But next to that, we also are involved in the organization of scientific conferences. And also here, of course, there was a very big impact of the pandemic. So normally we would have organized our conference in 2020 in Stellenbosch, South Africa, but we have postponed it till next year, September 2022. This date is really very recent, so we are now, we are now starting the process to invite everybody for this conference. But so you are one of the first to know the new dates. Concerning the final goal of our network is also to conduct research, because our partners are mainly research partners. And as said, we are really trying to work on integrated solutions, as also already discussed in the previous presentation. So of course, it's nice to have data and to measure mycotoxins everywhere, but at the end, you need to solve the problem. So that's what we also try to do through Mytoxout. Here are just some examples of our collaborations in Africa. So we have different externally funded projects, because Mytoxout doesn't allow funding to do research. So this is done through other international programs. And you can see all the key topics that we are working on. Of course, on the measurement of mycotoxins and fungal identification, different surveys, but also we are more and more involved into the biomonitoring and exposomic studies to assess human mycotoxin exposure directly in blood and urine. Also, we are very aware of traditional food processing which are used in the different countries, and we are trying to investigate the influence of those traditional processing on mycotoxin concentrations. Also, yes, of course, we also look to Aspergillus flavus in more detail, because this, as said, is one of the major and most dangerous fungi, because they produce the aflatoxin. In Latin America, as said, we are starting up the collaborations, and you can see the countries where we are working with. Also here, we have many different research programs. Last but not least, in Asia, I have a very long collaboration with China, which dates back till 2008. And in that respect, for instance, we have a joint laboratory of mycotoxin research together with the Shanghai Institutes for Biological Science, Ghent University, and Shanghai Jiaotong University. So in that respect, the collaboration with China is already much longer than the time that Mytoxalt exists. But nevertheless, we are now also reaching out to Southeast Asian countries. And one of our first goals is to further continue also with seminars and workshops in Vietnam. So by this, this is also a call to all the attendees in China and beyond. If you are interested in this platform, please let me know. We are looking for collaborations also from bigger organizations. So having said this, this was the end of my presentation, and I thank you very much again for having the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay. Is there any question from the participants or maybe from panelists? Sarah, may I ask a question?
Yes,
do you have like an idea for extend like a cooperation with the more country in Southeast Asia?
Sorry, so the question was if we have the intention to have more with Southeast Asia. Yes.
Apart from Vietnam, maybe Thailand, Malaysia, or Indonesia.
Yes, so as said, we are now starting to get the funding for the next 5 years. And one of our goals is indeed to reach out to more countries in Southeast Asia. So I really would be glad, for instance, to collaborate also more with Thailand and Indonesia. Yes, sure.
Thank you. And Cornelius, or if the participant would like to contact you, how do they contact you? Like can you provide like a email address or something like this to all participants in case that they want to talk or maybe some question for the FAO?
Yes, for sure. So my email address was on my last slide. It is there. So I think all the participants will get my presentation, if I'm correct. So, and it would be really nice, and I really hope, for instance, with FAO that we can have a talk or sit together to see what is possible in the future.
Okay, okay, thank you. Cornelia, do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Yes, because we're in there. So thank you very much, Sarah. I just always have to lower this hand. That's the most difficult thing in Zoom. There we go. So that was an excellent presentation, also showing the urgency of it. But what, you know, I really like the question that Ayola put, and listening to all of you who are scientists doing this top work on analytics, which, you know, produces data, which is so important. But in the end, what is going to prevent people from actually being able to eat their crops and trade them is what happens during primary production. And this is where the whole standard setting procedures are incredibly important. And what I'm seeing is, let's be quite honest, the strictest standards are for Europe, where none of the crops that are affected by aflatoxins are a staple. And so what people then, the reflex is that one then looks at what Europe has, because one is scared, rightly so, and then one produces even stricter ones. And the problem is, what we have to link is our standards have to be linked to something that primary production can actually produce. Mm-hmm. And we need the voices of all the scientists in this. It can't be left to people who come to Codex meetings and have discussions, because this is what we are seeing. I'm seeing in East Africa standards that can never be achieved. And this is terrible. And I just know what it means to the farmers, because they're just going to be faced with unachievable standards. And so, these processes which look boring, not so interesting, but for each country, there are Codex contact points. There is a whole process that is ongoing that everybody can contribute to. And this is a call to, let's have a realistic discussion on these aspects. Mm-hmm. Over.
Yes, if I just can comment, yes, this is really very important. I think at the moment, indeed, the participatory process concerning setting limits and so on should be more extended, and indeed also involve all the stakeholders, but also scientists, but also the farmers. So yes, I'm definitely agreeing on that, and maybe we should try to do something on this in the future.
Is there any question from the floor? Or yes, please. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
No.
Hello. Can you hear me this time?
Can you hear me?
Hi everyone. This is Yue Ju. I'm from Global Food Safety Center. Nice to meet you all on the screen. I have several questions, in fact. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. First question is for France. Thank you for your excellent presentation for the detection about DON. I have a question. Now for the regulation part, is there any, do you know any progress for the regulation? I know that there are some regulation for DON, but how about this kind of modified mycotoxins? Do you have any idea about this part? Is there any progress for this regulation? And the method you development is that how it can help for this kind of regulation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And unfortunately, I cannot really answer it. I was thinking quite a while what's going on because of the EFSA recommendation that would be picked up by the European Union. And I'm not sure if the strategy is to state that the level of DON is enough as a marker mycotoxin, and we have done well with that. So let's just keep it simple and easy. I think that in part also the methods are not really there and need to be revised. So I honestly have no idea if we're going to see a sum parameter for DON in Europe in the near future or not. Maybe Sarah can comment more on this. I'm not sure.
Yes, Frans, I'm a bit in the same situation as you. I think they are still discussing for sure, and they are still asking for more data on occurrence of the different modified forms. So I guess, when they have more information, they might set levels, but I'm also not sure at the moment.
Thank you for the answer. Then how about the rapid detection method? I know that France did a fantastic work for the reference method for this modified mycotoxin. And I mean, for the rapid detection method, whether this kind of research can help to develop the like ELISA kit for the rapid detection child levels or modified DON?
Yeah, I think the tricky part here when it comes to rapid detection methods, most of them are antibody based. And you just have different reactivities towards the different forms. So you can get some parameter which might be fine, but it's not honestly a very, very accurate one. So I think the strategy would be really to convert 3-ADON, 15-ADON, DON, 3-glucosid to DON and use standard ELISAs, for instance, or rapid flow devices to detect DON. The tricky part is that there's not very easy on a chemical way. The answer to that would be enzymes. So you can cleave the acetyl DONs using alkaline solutions, but you really need a beta glucosidase to also release the DON glucosid and revert it to DON. So I think if sample preparation is set up in that way that you convert those to DON, you can use currently available systems to get a better reflection and maybe a quick answer, and which can come up with a kind of a total DON. And now we have to be careful if that is what you really want, because if the legislation is for DON alone and not for the total form, you might end up in a situation where, due to your sample preparation, you render your food non-compliant if the regulations are really just for DON. But in principle, I think it's very well possible.
Thank you. And I also have another question for Sarah. And when you're talking to the Mycotoxins, I'd love to know, I think you give a very good introduction about who it is organization, how it works. And I'd love to know, do you have any plan for collaboration with like private sectors or other companies to work together in developing countries? Love to learn more. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this very interesting question. Indeed, this is something we are aiming for. So just before the pandemic, we started to reach out to some private companies in order, for instance, to help us in organizing seminars or training workshops in the South. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the interest was at that time stopped. But we are definitely going to reach out again to private companies. Or if any private company just hears me now, so please don't hesitate to contact us. Because what we really would like to have is that, of course, private companies who have solutions for mycotoxin problems can help us. And in this way, also Mytoxout could become probably more sustainable in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last question is for Kalina. I know that there is like a sampling tool from the FAO. I think it's very useful. I know that there are some tools like European, they have some sampling regulations, and in China, each country we maybe have some. And from the FAO, and I love to learn your perspectives, especially we have this tool there, and how this tool can help different like tier suppliers. For big companies, maybe they follow European sampling tools. Maybe there are some like tier 2 suppliers, maybe some just how to say, they maybe they collect some samples, collect some raw material and deliver or sell to our big suppliers. I mean, in different scenarios, how these sampling tools help them, especially this is on website. Do you have any plan to make it like in the app, in the cell phone, to make it available to different customers during the supply chain? I don't know whether I make it clear.
No, I'm hearing you. No, it is a tool that has been sort of well hidden on FAO's website, and it was only when I was very honored to be able to team up with Dr. John Pitt, who was working with us, and it was with him and Professor Tom Whitaker that they sort of reintroduced the use and the need of it. And so I do think that it would merit being adapted more widely. Now, what we all know is that IT is evolving very, very quickly. And we already have difficulty just keeping that tool on our website at the moment. So we would have to go and look what is feasible. And it's a good point. I'll take it up. Yes, make it available wider so that people can just access it and play around and see, because it's pretty straightforward, and you quickly see where your analytics actually are giving you a response or not. Thank you very much for this point. It's taken up.
Thank you, Helena. Yeah, it's really helpful and strong too. Thank you for this answer.
Thank you very much for your questions. Is there any questions from the participants? So if not, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to our keynote speaker, Franz, Professor Sarah, and Cornelia, and also Dr. Q Nan. So thank you very much for sharing and coming here and provide us some experience and some mycotoxin knowledge for all of us. So thank you very much. Okay, so I think we have like a 10-minute break. So the next presentation will be start at 3:50 Beijing time. So please take this few minutes for your break. So take your time, and we will see you later on. See you soon. Okay, welcome back to the mycotoxin section. So the next presentation will be from Dr. Wang Song-Shu. Dr. Wang Song-Shu, he is the chief economist of Academy of Natural Food and Strategic Research Administration, and he is also a director of the Institute of Grain and Oil Quality and Safety. He is also the member of the Sub-Technical Committee of Grain and Products of the National Grain Standard Committee. Dr. Wang Song-Shu has a lot of long experience on the oil quality and safety assurance. So today he is with us, but in the pre-record, he's gonna present his work in the title of Research and Application of Grain Mycotoxin Risk Monitoring Technology System. Please.
各位领导、专家和同行， 大家好，首先非常感谢中国国际
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the participants, organizers, experts, and the leaders who present here. So today, I'd like to share with you the research and application of green the mycotoxin risk monitoring technology system. So I'm gonna share my speech in 4 categories. First, background and situation. Second, ideas and thoughts. Third, the main progresses. And fourth, demonstration and application. And fifth, the suggestions. So as we all know, the mycotoxin pollution is a primary problem for global green quality and safety. Actually, the widespread problem of the global green pollution, and it has the significant harm and hard to eradicate. And it is throughout the whole process of the green circulation. The most importantly, the mycotoxin has the really serious harm to the humans and animals. So we have to control the contamination of the mycotoxins very seriously. So China, actually as a leading country, as well as a huge country with a population of more than 1.4 billion. So we have a lot of concerns on the mycotoxin. So how to manage and assess the risk gonna become our main topic. And the risk monitoring, risk identification, risk assessment, and risk diversion will reduce the risk of the green pollution to an acceptable level. And we also just increase our management mode. And we also just transfer our mindset. And based on the whole process from the field to product and classified utilization, the risk is reduced to an appropriate level. And then we can also just maximize the utilization of the greens. So this is also our goal. So under this management, we'd like to talk about ideas and thoughts. We have 4 parts. The first is monitoring sampling and inspection and detection and the metrological traceability and the data resources.
围绕这些问题和挑战，我们以需求
So in terms of these problems, we just focus on the innovation and application of green, the mycotoxin risk monitoring technology system. And we provide some related solutions. Currently, we've already achieved the results in 4 aspects. First, we just have the monitoring results and just standardized our system and also extend the efficiency of the logistics supply chain and also just optimize the operation of our factories. Also safeguard the goal of the food safety, inheritate the main challenges. The next, I'd like to talk about the main progress. Currently, for the risk monitoring part, sometimes we cannot ensure the traceability and authority. And we've already established networks
and a sample management system of green mycotoxin so as to fully ensure the scientific representativeness, identity, and traceability of monitoring samples. And this is application, and will make use of satellite remote sensing and geographic information to understand the networks of the crops. And then we plot the precision point to form a geographic map. And we choose the sampling scheme of the grape and to solve the issue of sampling. And based on Internet of Things, we've developed a green mycotoxin sample management system. And we upload the information onto the app. And then a QR code is formed. And it's uploaded to the system. And it's traceable for the people who use it. The system has provided software, hardware supports for great sampling work at all levels. And it is real-time monitoring. And we extract information about the grape depots, processing enterprises for 6 consecutive years. The sample collection involves Henan, Hebei, Shandong, Anhui, Heilongjiang, totally 16 provinces and cities. And in the risk recognition, the fields, in the past, it is very difficult to conduct tests, and the testing speed is slow.
满足了从粮食收储现场到市县级粮食质检站，再到国家区域省级粮食质量安全监测中心等不同监测。
We have established standards to meet the needs of different inspection and monitoring scenario, from a grape collection and storage site to country, breaking through technical problems such as to realize automation, multi-component analysis. And then we have formed industrial standards. And our European counterparts come to visit, and they have seen our equipment, and we are highly appraised by the chairman. And it is a comparison of immunogenic beads and immune affinity columns. And the operation is agile. And the new equipment will be used in different scenarios. We have collaborated with Dongfu Jiuheng, and we have launched mass production of the tester.
并在多个国家粮食质量监测中心得到应用和使用。这个是我们基于稳定同位素稀释技术开发的，具有快速高通量多组分，同时分析特点的真菌毒素实验室精准检测新方。
New method and product for acute, accurate risk identification in laboratory with fast, high throughput, and multi-component. And in the past, it took 3 to 5 hours to conduct the test. Now it is shortened to several minutes. And we have issued industrial standards.
针对稳定同位素价格昂贵的问题，我们开发了可以直接使用的干基稳定同位素内标试剂盒
And a commercial C13 stable isotope internal standard kit was developed.
开发的首套基于稳定同位素稀释技术的多毒素碳13同位素试剂盒已经得到商业化使用。
And we have launched the mass production.
试剂盒，我们进一步将上述技术发展为一部分多毒素风险预警检测。
It is a one-stop multi-toxin risk early warning and detection technology. The previous method took 1 hour, and the new methods just took 1 to 3 minutes.
权威实验室对自主开发的真菌毒素检测方法进行了国际协同联合验证。同时呢，自2012年以来
And we have invited international bodies to take the lead in completing the preparation and revision of the international ISO standards. And we have contrasted with the European standards. And the over 104 outcomes are satisfactory.
自主可供溯源全链。
And in the past, we rely on exports of the equipment.
固体标物、高精准溶液标物、高质量自然污染气体标物的真菌毒素标准物质。
And we developed a high purity solid standard, high precision solution standard. And the whole chain of the automatic and the controllable mycotoxin RM has been constructed.
这是我们开发的毒素杂质鉴定体系。
The preparation and identification technology system of mycotoxin purity reference was established. And with the data filtering service, and we can analyze the secondary derivatives and mycotoxins at the same time.
融合这个长效稳定性保障技术、多手段精准量子溯源技术、自动化批量分装技术，我们构建了真菌毒素溶液标准物质。
I have integrated with the multi technologies. And I have gained the patents and certification from China.
我们研制了多毒素共污染的这个粮食基体标物，建立了粮油基体标物均匀性保障技术和稳定性控制技术体系，研制了一系列。
And we have developed the logo and the benchmarks.
获得了15个国家邮政标准物质证书。
And we also received the certification from the food security and from the national organizations. And a large-scale reproducible preparation scheme of a matrix standard material naturally produced gray. And we improve our analyzing capability and also provide support for a product. And to ensure the good oil production in China.
技术数据支撑有限，这个收集结果的直观性、可读性差我国粮食真菌毒素这个污染的特点、分布和水平不清，监测结果指导性不足等问题。
In the past, the data quality is low, and the readability is bad. And mycotoxin pollution database was constructed to improve the basis for formulation of a green mycotoxin limit standard and to draw the regional risk map of the contaminated toxins. And this database include data quality and the quality of the data and the scope of data have been improved.
也具备了基于历史数据因素预测预警的功能。目前已经研发出相关的预测模型。
And we have developed a precaution.
1个月就可以动态预测有关真菌毒素输入时的污染水平。这是我们建立的数据库的这个相关的情况。
And this is the
部分数据上报到相关部门，认为这个粮食真菌毒素风险评估和相关限量的制定，特别是包括了我国食品安全限量3位限量，成为制定国内
with constructed a database for mycotoxin pollution. And the data quality and coverage have been significantly improved. And we have developed the geological map for the risk.
阐述了我们国家典型区域粮食真菌毒素污染的特点分布和水平。这是我们开发的预测模型的基本时间节点。基于这个长期开展的粮食真菌毒素污染风险监测预报机制。
And the precaution model was developed.
5到10年的这个黄花小麦收获期呕吐毒素的数据积累而成。
And we collect the toxic data and make use of data mining and the big data technology to understand the risk promote the precaution model.
研发期开始，也就是大约这个收获前1个月到收获期结束，实时预测收获小麦时呕吐毒素的污染风险情况，动态掌握这个风险的这个变化，可以提前粮食收购质量安全保证防控措施的制定。
And we can understand the better understand the issue. This is a piloting areas, and it covers the barn in different provinces and regions, and it has been used in different areas. And it's our suggestion in order to establish a national safety monitoring system. And we suggest to construct a quality monitoring and traceability platform covering the whole grain product across all departments.
集中财力，打破部门和层级的。
And we want to break the barriers between the different departments.
为这个粮食收储加工企业和政府呢提供有效服务。
And to provide the service in different areas.
第二呢，就是建议完善收购环节粮食质量安全管理制度，包括建立监测预警信息发布制度，建立和推行粮食分类收储制度，提高经济效益，来促进这个粮食资源进一步。
At the same time, we'll establish the monitoring and early warning platform, establish and promote a classified grain collection system, aim to improve the economic interest and comprehensive utilization of grain. Established a database for unprocessed grain quality, and to extend the international cooperation to aid the grain planting design. Establish a risk control operation standard that instruct the grain purchase for the long run. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang Song-Shu. So, is there any question from the floor, from the participants? Okay, if you don't have any questions right now, maybe we can have like another session in the session question and answer. So now I would like to move next to our speaker, Dr. Sang Kwang Cho. He is the director of my Global Food Safety Center, and he worked a lot with the food safety system, food safety management, especially mycotoxin risk management, microbial risk management, or even the allergen management. And today he is with us for present his work in introduction of the food safety coalition. So please, Dr. Sang Kwang Cho, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. Thank you everyone for joining us today. It's a great pleasure to be here and share some of the work that we have been doing in the past year or so. And today I want to take the opportunity to officially introduce the Food Safety Coalition. Before we talk more about the coalition, I want to take a moment to introduce Mars. Before I do that, I apologize because our format is so unique, so apparently it's displaying a little bit differently. But regardless, as a private company, we have been around for over 100 years. We have 130,000 associates globally, and we are working in over 80 countries. And today, we have a headquarters in McLean, Virginia, and according to the net sales in 2019, we are a $14 billion company. And among the many products we're provided, and you can see some of the very familiar products such as Pedigree, Relic Canin, M&M, Snickers, Dove, among many others. These a billion-dollar brand, which we have been very proud of and make consumers very, very happy. And looking at our product portfolio, we have four major business segments. Pet care, where we provide pet food as well as pet services. And we have Mars Wrigley, a confectionery business with more interest in snacks. And we have Mars Food, and certainly Mars Edge with a focus on nutrition. As we grow, we realize there is a very intense need to improve food safety. And we understand also food safety is such a difficult task. No single entity can tackle it alone. And that's why we built Mars Global Food Safety Center in 2015. And today, as we stand here, we celebrate the 6 years anniversary of the foundation of the center. And ever since then, we have evolved into three major research areas. And that is mycotoxin risk management, microbial risk management, and food integrity. And as you can see in the topic today, mycotoxin is very much an important pillar of our research and has had a very long history with Mars. And in here, we really look at a number of things from the very top of monitoring to the early intervention, mitigation, detoxification, and in the end, we look at how can we do surveillance. And beyond that, we have microbial risk and also food integrity, looking at the various aspects of raw materials. But today, we'll talk about mycotoxin. And I feel I'm in a very privileged position because Cornelia and Sarah has set the stage really, really well. And I think by far, I don't need to say too much, but according to the recent published papers, aflatoxin contaminated 25% of the world crops. When you think about it, that's an astonishing number. And looking at that, how can we assess the risk? It has been well established that aflatoxin is linked to stunting and definitely damage to the immune system, liver diseases, so on and so forth. And more importantly, from what we heard from the previous speakers, we clearly understand it has now become a roadblocker for economics, trade barriers, so on and so forth. there is a great opportunity for us to form an alliance and address this holistically. So that's why at the very beginning of this year, 2021, as part of a CEO consultation group for the UN, and this is really leading to the UN Food System Summit. What we are looking at, we see an opportunity to bring the like-minded people and organizations together and committed to actions and development some food safety solutions so that we can unlock critical opportunities. And earlier, Cornelia mentioned it really, really well, that we really need to leverage the collaboration from academia, from NGO, and certainly from the industry. And that's precisely the purpose of this coalition. And we realize among the so many different mycotoxins, we're going to focus on some of the most important and damaging. And obviously, aflatoxin is the one, right? Given that their global threat and the significant impact on global health, we chose to focus on aflatoxin first and foremost. So far, we have developed 4 distinctive work streams to drive the progress. And as of today, we have held 2 workshops, and one of them in May. And on the 14th, what we did together is we gathered academia, NGO, industry representatives, and identified the clear coalition goals and outcomes. And what we decided to do is to progress of the work beyond the summit, which is a food safety coalition, and make it a long-term commitment. And the way we see it, it will go beyond the year 2021 and leading to probably to the end of 2022. In early September, we held the 2nd workshop where we share some action plans and the progress across different work streams. And today, I want to use this opportunity to share with you some of the work we have done thus far. Looking at the work stream 1, and just now, I think by now, you should be very familiar with the sampling tool where Cornelia has referred to a number of times. So that tool indeed was developed by our collaborator, Tom Whittaker from North State, sorry, forget the institution, but and also our collaborator, John Pitt. So back in the day, and we understand it's there and has been there for a little while, but sampling continues to be a major hurdle. I think one of the work we have discussed before in various World Mycotoxin Forums was, as much as we can do to improve the analytical method, sampling remain the predominant factor that will lead to major differentiation in results. So that's why we decide the first work stream is going to focus on the sampling, the data analysis to share the best practice. But when you think about it, it's about the education and the recommendations around the tools that Cornelia has shared by the FAO. Now, what we plan to do is, instead of collecting new data, we want to look at what is currently already available in the literature and some of the methodologies through peer review. So we want to create a short list of recommended sampling and testing method. And I know many of you who in the audience or online today probably know a lot more about these methods and testing capabilities. And we hope this could drive harmonization towards uniting all these methods together. And certainly toward the end, we are hoping that we can generate a peer review publication to show the outcome of the analysis. And that's work stream 1, when you think about it, about sampling and data analysis. The second work stream is really about risk assessment. It's about what the data can tell us. We have a lot of data, and these days, we often say as a big company, data is really our biggest asset. But how do we interpret it? And also determine the limits of the interpretation of current data and the risk really associated with it. We really want to show the benefit for a country to invest in data and evidence generation. And once again, what we're trying to drive is across a country, even better if we can drive actions across different continents so that we can create a safe space where people can share data freely but anonymously. Understanding there's a lot of sensitivity around it, we do see value in data sharing. And like I said a little bit earlier, to facilitate a harmonized approach to reduce the unintended impacts on any one individual data, that is very, very important. And we started to see examples globally, but I still believe we have a unique opportunity to bring people from different backgrounds, not only sharing the data, but also communicate the hazardous data toward the entire supply chain so that we can benefit the broad supply chain. Understanding these days, past COVID, everyone is busy. You know, if the selected few can do the early work, maybe more can join us in the future so that we can drive this journey together. The third work stream is really about test and learn. It's about creating case studies. These days, we know with the data, there's a number of predictive models out there, but are they accurate? Is there any space for improvement? So what we are trying to do in this work stream is really to evaluate the accuracy of predicted aflatoxin levels and to understand the requirement for performing accurate and reliable aflatoxin prediction. And I think what we can bring to the table along with our partners is to see the data in the public space and also compare those data with the testing results, either at the factory gate or at our supplier level. When I say our, it's really a collective of the entire industry. Now, if we talk about performing some statistical evaluations, we realize now there are different models out there, but how do we realize which one is better? I think the data will help us make smarter decisions. And also, we want to compose a scientific paper because historically, Mars has invested in one such study, and we have a model in place as well. So we want to make sure that model is properly evaluated and compared. And lastly, in this work stream, we want to identify some key recommendations and some next steps regarding the use of this tool for operational decision-making. Earlier, I mentioned, to tackle aflatoxin challenge is not a task one company can do alone. What we're hoping is to make this tool available free through the organizations such as FAO or other UN agencies. The good thing about it is they can use their broad extension system and reach out to a lot more people. Through this case study, that's where we hope the project can land in individual countries, and we are working to build such case as we speak. The fourth work stream is really about proactive social education and communication. Long story short, it's about real risk communication. I think probably over the past couple of days by now, you've heard Professor Wu talk about risk communication, and probably not the first time. We want to use a more positive language rather than negative. Usually, it can be easily misinterpreted or taken out of context. So how do we use a language that is neutral, that is more supportive rather than negative, right? So that's something that we are working on. And in this case, we feel it is not only about aflatoxin, or not even only about mycotoxin for that matter. This is a challenge we're facing as an industry as a whole. So what we want to do is to create a proactive social education and a communication pilot. And one such study we have done in the past is in Nepal, where we work with university partners and the US agencies to work together and developing workshops, educational program so that we can share knowledge in this field. Education is definitely a very important enabler. And certainly these also include training the farmers, the aggregators, and among others. So basically we want to make sure along that supply chain, all the key players, they are equipped with the same kind of knowledge and with the same kind of tool. Behavior and the behavior, which we sometimes call social sciences, is a big part of this, and normally and oftentimes neglected, right? And we feel that they have a big role to play, and they could aid us in terms of making efforts and help create a deeper understanding of clearing the barriers. How can we make the adoption of new aflatoxin risk management strategies easier? And last point on this one, which is the work stream 4, that is to clear opportunity to improve education and communication efforts through a coordinated and a consistent approach. So with that, I want to very quickly summarize what we're doing here. And as I've said repeatedly, ever since the foundation of the Global Food Safety Center at Mars, we strongly believe if it is not safe, then it is not food. And food safety is a core part of the food security, which you also heard from previous speakers. And we also echo the previous speakers and believe that a collaborative approach is critical. Following this latest meeting, we plan to set up monthly meeting and to drive each work stream forward. And what we target as deliverables are a series of peer-reviewed publications so that we can summarize and standardize some of the information in the 4 work streams and provide really a guideline, an opportunity for harmonization and standardization in how we communicate risk, how we use sampling tools, how do we do risk assessment, but these things primarily center around aflatoxin. So I know I probably used quite a bit of time, but I hope to give you a flavor of what we're trying to do. And if you are interested, please feel free to reach us and we can explain a lot more. We have a detailed charter, which is really a project plan already in place. And we plan to advance these plans in the next 8 to 12 months. So with that, I conclude my presentation. And in our world, we believe the world we want tomorrow starts with how we do business today. And with that, thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang Guangzhou, for your great presentation and show us what ISMA doing right now to help improve the quality of foods, especially with mycotoxins. So this is a really great work, very great job. Thank you so much. Okay. So if there is no any question at the moment, I would like to move on to the next speaker. Dr. Ching Fu Go. I'm sorry if I pronounce your surname wrong. He is the research director at the Laboratory of Agro-Food Processing, Chinese Academy of Agricultural Science. And today he is with us and gonna give us his lecture on the aflatoxin detection and targeted prevention and control technology in food chain. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for introduction. 各位领导、各位专家，下午好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Xing Fu Guo. I'm with the Institute of Food Science and Technology, CAAS. And the topic I want to share with you today is aflatoxin detection and the targeted prevention and control technology in food chain. And the oil and the crop and the fruits are susceptible to develop the multitoxin. And this will cause cancer like AFS, DON, patulin, and the TA, and FB, and OTA. And then there are over 400 mycotoxins, and this is hazardous pollutant. And aflatoxin is the most hazardous chemicals, and it also will cause the liver cancer. And 28% of the liver cancer are caused by aflatoxins. And the aflatoxins considered as a class 1 carcinogens by IARC. And when aflatoxin is taken by the body, there is a mutation from G to T. And that will combine with your body cell and will form the compound AFB, FAPY. And the carcinogens have been tested on human and on animals. And the G to T mutation are predominated and are detectable as early as 10 weeks after dosing. And aflatoxin was discovered in 1960. And first extracted from moldy peanut powder in 1961, and it forms aflatoxin B1 and aflatoxin G. And there is also a variety of metabolites. And there are some food poisoning events. In 1960, 100,000 turkeys died of AF contamination. And in 1974, the HPE there had caused over 400 deaths. And 2004 is also the case with AF contamination. And China has done a very good control about the aflatoxin contamination. And in 2011, the aflatoxin in milk exceeded the standard. And on the left-hand side is the hazard categories of EU notification on China exported food. And the cases caused by our aflatoxin ranks number 1. And the different humidity and temperatures will cause the form of aflatoxins. And we detect the environmental factors. How will that affect the emergence of aflatoxins? And the second is we study the signal pathways. And for polished rice, the highest level and AFB was observed at 33 degrees centigrade. And the rice storage will cause the appearance of AFB. And for AFB, the emergency of AFB and this is the effect of the A and T on the expression of growth and AF's bell synthesis genes. So different temperature will change the emergency of AF. And 0.96 is a perfect degree for the emergency of AF. The target control technology system. And the target control technology system. So we have done 3 roadmaps. This is MAPKK, and we have tested the functionality of the gene. And the 4 genes positively regulated aflos development and AFB production. On the right-hand side, there is a strong integration between the STAN 11 and for construction of mutant strains. And based on that, we have conducted a comprehensive analysis of transcriptome and full printings.
So we're very glad to see that except offline, the old AFs, the biosynthesis genes were regulated, especially the AFOs. And the gene involved in the acetyl-CoA and monosyl-CoA biosynthesis were significantly down-regulated at transcriptional or phosphorylational levels. So we're going to find that FUS3 MAPK regulates the A flavus growth and the aflatoxin production. And this needs our further research to do more test and inspection. And the second work stream is the FUS3 MAPK. Actually, we found A1 and A2. And SAK1 and SAK2 positively regulate AFS biosynthesis. And they're all involved in the osmotic pressure response, especially the AW. For example, under some certain circumstances, WT, the glycerol, and the sorbitol and NaCl promote AFS synthesis. And next is the CCR regulates the A flavus growth and aflatoxin production. And in the nucleus, the SNFL regulates the AFS synthesis by the active sera A through the phosphorylation. And RIC1 plate 7 dephosphorylates the CREA, and the CREA enters the nucleus. Meanwhile, the RG1 to the GLC7 involved in the dephosphorylation process of the silver L. And we further inspect the carbon catabolite repression, which is CCR. Next is the targeted control technology systems. We didn't do so much work here. So the first is the detection of the A flavus green-based PRA technology. The detection of A flavus green can be completed within the 30 minutes at 26 centigrade and 37 centigrade, and the lot was 10 Cornelia. We also established a quick and easy DNA extraction method. Another technology is the Cas40A technology. And actually, we optimize the application condition of the sensor, verifies specificity and sensitivity, and verifies application in the actual sample detection. And thirdly, we also reviewed the spectral variation of the mycotoxin contaminated peanuts. So from the peanuts test, we found that the flavus infected peanuts with the significant changes in the fluorescence hyperspectral. And we also do some biological control in the field, especially the non-toxic A flavus and the A parasiticus can effectively control the AFS in the pre-harvest and has been used. The B subtilis is used for the Fusarium sap and its toxin control. And we also to do some natural plant extras inhibit fungal growth and the mycotoxin production. For example, the cinema dihadi and the methyl and the jasmonate effectively inhibited the growth and the toxin production of fungi. And we also want to talk about the MEJ. MEJ inhibits the sporulation. Like rod A, rod B, and also includes the MJA inhibits the mycelial growth. And we also found the SAKA to ADFB introduced a down-regulation of the AF genes. And we also found the two novel transcription factors, the FOLA 085880 and FO 015850. Now we talk about the juvenile. And the juvenile will also just down the regulation of AFs, the biosynthesis gene, such as CRA and AP1 to the MTFA. And the upregulation of the antioxidant system genes. So next is the cinnamon-head, the downregulation of AFS, the biosynthesis genes. So meanwhile, it also can reduce the NOR synthesis. So actually, based on the 1-year maize storage, we also carry out a lab experiment. From the experiment, we found that complex antifungal agents efficiently inhibit the mycotoxin in maize. It's actually in August. And the inhibition rate on the A flavors, the Penelicum and Aglossus reached to the 98%, 9%, and 80.8% and 94.7%. Actually, this also can control the bad performance of the maize effectively. Apart from that, we also do some works on the probiotics, such as the probiotics inhibit fungal growth and the toxins production. And we try to do some yeast strains, the Bacillus sip. And we also introduce the mechanism of inhibition on growth and the AFB1 production. And we also can do the down regulating the synthesis genes. As we know, the application of the probiotics. So this is my speech. Actually, our work has already been recognized by some national project support. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
非常感谢。
For your great presentation and excellent presentation and share us about the knowledge on detection method and also mitigation strategy for controlling mycotoxins. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to move to the next speaker. The next speaker, he is the Dr. Chen Chen. He is a professor at School of Public Health at Shandong University. His research expertise is mainly based on the risk assessment of some agricultural commodity, food commodity, and also to the human health. And now he tried to do like how do agricultural system of food safety regulation affect to human health. And today he is with us via Zoom. And he gonna present about the work on the dietary mycotoxin exposure and risk assessment for child malnutrition and human health. Please, Dr. Chen Chen. So sorry, I cannot hear you.
Dr. Chen Chen, could you hear me clearly?
Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Yes, now yes.
But we couldn't hear the speaker because this is a three-way conference. So, 老师您在这个山东那边我们听不见你。
So, Dr. Chen Chen, we cannot hear you. So could you just say something to let us know? Sorry, there's something wrong with his microphone. I'm not sure if you mute yourself, so we cannot hear you. So could you try to unmute your microphone? So we know you are talking, but we cannot hear you. We can just watch the image. We cannot hear the sound. So could you just check your microphone?
Well, we saw that the technical difficulty, Chairwoman. Do you think it'll be a better idea if we move on to the next speaker for the time being while we sort out the technical challenges?
Okay, so that's okay. So the Dr. Tobolabi will present this instead of the Professor Chen Chen, and then during this time you have like a solve the problem with him. Okay, so for solving the problem, so in order to not waste the time, so I would like to move to another speaker. That is the Dr. Toby Colavori. So Toby Colavori, so he is the like a early stage of the researcher, and now he is the work with Professor Chris Elias. He is the very reputation professor in food integrity. And now Toby, he is belong to the Institute for Global Food Security at Queen University Belfast. And his research mainly on mycotoxins and mycotoxin detection. Okay, and Toby, he is here with us for presenting his work in the impact of low dose of mycotoxin on performance of boiler chicken and efficacy of commercial mycotoxin binder. Please, Toby.
Hello, Aoi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. Good morning in UK and good afternoon in China. This afternoon, I'll be talking about the topic, the impact of low doses of mycotoxins on performance of broiler chickens and the efficacies of some commercial mycotoxin binders. So I'm not going to go into details about what mycotoxins are. Professor Sarah, Professor Franz, and other speakers already talked about this. So, but this morning I'll just focus directly on the projects that we previously carried out at Queen's University, Belfast, some few years ago. So for the first part of the project, we looked at the project looking at the impact of mycotoxins on the mycotoxin mixtures on the performance of broiler chicken. So the first objective was just to determine the levels of mycotoxins in feed samples that are being given to poultry, and then the second objective was just to determine or correlate these levels and the impact on the weight gain, the feed intake, and the mortality and the feed conversion ratio of broiler chickens. So in terms of the methodology, so the study was actually carried out at Devenish Performance House. So Devenish is one of the biggest feed producer within the UK, and they have this very big performance house where they take in broiler chicken, do a lot of experiment and then produce broilers as well. So this study was actually carried out from May 2017 to December 2019. So in total, there were about 18 crop cycles. So the crop cycle is more of like production cycle. So and each cycle lasted for about 35 days or 6 weeks. So and like I said earlier, it was between 2017 to 2019. So in terms of the performance parameters, the body weight, feed intake, mortality, and the feed efficiency of the broiler chickens were collected weekly, and then we actually do the calculation and then the estimation. And for each of the cycle, up to like 2 kilograms of poultry feed samples per trial were collected, and then we analyzed the feed samples for multiple mycotoxins using a validated LC-MS method. So in terms of the result, so this is just like an overview of the prevalence and concentration of mycotoxins in poultry feed samples that we collected between within the time period, and as you can see from this table, like in total, like 24 mycotoxins were found to be co-occurring in the feed samples, and the ones that are really of significance are deoxynivalenol, DON, zearalenone, and fumonisin. So fumonisin B1, B2, and B3. Then we have the diacetoxyscripinol. So I'll just call that DAS. And then we have some N-iatins and B-vericin. So in terms of the regulation, so DON, ZEN, and fumonisins are the ones that are the mycotoxins that are regulated, that we detected in all the feed samples. So again, all the data that we actually collected, we applied a statistical analysis to see the underlying trend and see what's actually happening from trial to trial. And you can see from this graph that so this is a mean concentration of all the levels of mycotoxins that we detected in the feed samples. So out of the 24 mycotoxins, we observed that these 6 toxins, DON, ZEN, fumonisin, DAS, N-iatins, and B-vericins were actually like we detected a higher levels. The levels detected in the samples, the levels of these 6 toxins detected in the feed samples were significantly higher in some trials compared to other trials. So for trial 1, trial 2, 8, 9, 14, and 15, there was a high level of these 6 toxins in the feed samples that we actually analyzed. And And again, like I said in the methodology, every week we collected the data on the body weight, the feed intake, and the feed conversion ratio. So this is just a graph showing the feed conversion ratio, feed conversion efficiency of the broiler chickens that we exposed to the naturally contaminated diet. So from this graph, so the feed conversion ratio just basically means the inputs all over the output. So that's feed intake divided by the body weight. So it shows how much the animals have actually like converted the feed efficiently. So the higher the FCR, that's the lower the efficiency, and the lower the FCR, the higher the efficiency. So a broiler chicken with a high FCR value means like they are not really efficient in terms of feed conversion, while low FCR value means like the broiler chickens or the animals actually converted the feed efficiently. So again, from our statistical analysis, we realized that the birds in trial 1, trial 2, trial 8, trial 9, 14, and 15, they had a significantly higher FCR value compared to the other trials, compared to the birds in other trials. So again, we did a kind of correlation to see the correlation between the levels of the mycotoxins that we detected in the feed samples and the efficiency of the broiler to convert the feeds. And from combining the two graphs together and looking at the table on the correlation between mycotoxin levels and FCR, we could see that as the levels of mycotoxin increases in the feed given to the broiler chicken, the higher the value of the FCR, which means mycotoxin is like negatively affecting the feed conversion ratio of the broiler. So for dawn, we saw a correlation of up to 8.5 for Zen, a positive correlation of 0.92 on fumonisin, correlation of 0.53, and DAS, correlation of 0.86, and enartin, correlation of 0.6, and bivericin, correlation of 0.73. These are really high correlations. So again, like I said, for the trials that we detected higher levels of mycotoxins or co-occurrence of donzen, fumonisin, DAS, enartins, and bivericin, the FCR value or the feed conversion efficiency of the animals were negatively impacted. So there have been a lot of work in terms of how do we mitigate the impact of mycotoxins on broiler chicken, on livestock in general, and even like the economic impact and even the environmental emission. So in the EU, there is a special legislation regarding technological feed additives. So the EU classified them as a new group of additives that are defined as substances that can suppress or reduce the absorption, promote the excretion of mycotoxins, or modify their mode of actions. And if you go through the literature and even a simple Google search, you're going to see a wide range of mycotoxins. There are a lot of mycotoxin binder companies all over the world, and the product is so abundant and with different sources and mode of actions. So we actually group this into two groups. So we have the absorbing agent, and then we have the biotransforming agent. And for the absorbing agent, again, like there's a kind of subgrouping, which are like organic and inorganic. So examples of the organic binders include the polymers, the glucoman, and the yeast, so and some agricultural byproducts such as orange peel, apple peel, and durian peel. And then for the inorganic, we have the clay minerals. So examples include the bentonite, the clinoptilolite, the activated carbon, and zeolite. And then when you come to the biotransforming agent, these are more of like natural sources, and then the absorbing agent are more of like chemical sources. So we have the bacteria under the biotransforming agent, so including lactobacillus, pseudomonas, bacillus, and the rhodococcus. And then for the fungi, we have the Saccharomyces, Rhizopus, Aspergillus. And then for enzymes, we have lactate, lactase peroxidase, esterase, and then the hydrolase. So a lot of studies have actually applied this, incorporated this into feed, and then exposed broiler chicken to this, and to see the effect, or to see if this can actually mitigate the impact, the negative impact of mycotoxins on livestock production. So what we did was, to actually advise poultry farmers, livestock farmers, because we have there is a group here in the UK, in Northern Ireland. They are called Food Fortress. So it's just like an agglomeration of livestock farmers, and sometimes they ask for advice whenever there is a problem with livestock production. So in order to accurately advise these farmers and give them or recommend a very good product, we carried out another set of study, just to see, like, since we have a lot of feed additives or mycotoxin binders or modifiers in the market. So how do we know the ones that are good? How do we know the ones that are really efficient? So what we did was, in the second project, was to develop a novel in vitro gastrointestinal model that's kind of mimicking the GIT, or the gastrointestinal model of a monogastric animals. So monogastric animals like pig and poultry. And then the second objective was to evaluate and compare the efficiencies of these commercial feed additives on DON, deoxynivalenol, T2, zearalenone, ochratoxin, fumonisin, and aflatoxin. So these 6 toxins are the ones that are regulated within the EU. So to start the project, we contacted a lot of companies. Or we did, first we did a literature search to see some of the best companies all over the world, and look at the claims. So the claims must be efficiency on DON, T2, Zen, ochratoxin, fumonisin, and aflatoxin B1. So we excluded the companies that only claim maybe efficiency on 2 of the toxins. We focused on companies that claimed multiple mycotoxin absorption, multiple mycotoxin detoxification. So we contacted these companies and to request for their projects. We told them about the projects we are doing, and then asked them if they could send their samples to us to do the analysis. So out of all the companies that we contacted, 10 responded, and then because of the commercial sensitivity and the NDA that we signed, I will not be able to disclose the names of these companies. But what we've done was looked at the main composition of this product, and then the claims in terms of the mode of actions by each of the companies. So we categorized these feed additives into 3, so that the inorganic additives, organic additives, and then mixed additives. So the inorganic additives, like I said earlier, is just the chemicals, that's the clay minerals. And then the organic additives, they are more of like natural, that's glucomannan and yeast cell wall. And then the mixed additives could be plant extract, yeast cell wall, like a mixture of clean minerals and yeast cell wall, depending on the whatever the companies developed. So we collected 10 products, and from this table you can see the mean composition as well as the mode of action. So the next thing that we did was so we used a mixture of aflatoxin, fumonisin, zearalenone, DON, T2, ochratoxin, basically the regulated mycotoxins at levels that's equal or a bit below the regulatory limits for each of these toxins in poultry feed. And then the feed additives based on EU regulations, so that's 100 milligram per 5 grams of feed. So a mixture of the naturally the feed that we actually spiked with the mycotoxin mixtures. Sorry. So this is a schematic representation of the GIT model that we developed. And then as you can see, like basically everything that you're going to get in the GIT of a monogastric animals is here. So we have the intestinal juice, we have the proventriculus, then from there to the stomach, and then from there to the duodenum, and then to the jejunum, and then the ileum. And then finally, we can collect wherever the final product, and then use LCMS, and then use LCMS to analyze the final product and determine the levels of mycotoxins that's remaining, or calculate the levels of mycotoxins that have been absorbed. So so say if I have a mixture of feed and mycotoxin, so I can pass it through the whole system and then analyze with LCMS. So in terms of the result, as you can see, for the inorganic feed additives for product 1, they're really good for absorbing or reducing the levels of aflatoxin B1. The same thing with product 2 and product 3 and product 4. So they're really good for aflatoxin. And then for the second group category of the feed additives, that's the organic additives. They are a bit much better compared to the inorganic additive, as they are able to pick up or sequester more of multiple mycotoxins compared to the inorganic that's just really efficient for aflatoxin. So for the organic additives, they are able to like bind more of the other toxins aside from aflatoxin alone. So, and then for the mixed additives, they're not so different from the inorganic additives in terms of the efficiency to reduce the levels of mycotoxin. And in just a summary, we realized that 2 of the products that we have analyzed, that we actually analyzed, can effectively bind multiple mycotoxins. So we see product 6 and product 9. So they can be used for reducing the levels of mycotoxins in livestock feed. Just a summary of what I've been talking over the past few minutes. We carried out a project to determine the effect of low levels of mycotoxin mixtures on the performance of broiler chickens, and LCMS results show that more than about 24 mycotoxins we have actually found to be co-occurring in the feed samples given to the broiler chickens. And then the levels of DON, ZEN, fumonisins, and artins, B-varicin, and DAS found in the samples collected in trial 1, trial 2, trial 8, trial 9, 14, and 15 were significantly higher compared to the other trials. Also, we found that the FCR of broilers in these trials were negatively affected, probably because of the high levels of the 6 toxins found to be co-occurring. Yeah, also we detected a kind of interaction among the mixtures of DON, Zen, fumonisin, as well as DON, Zen, and niacins. Again, in the second project, we developed a novel in vitro monogastric model just to screen and quickly determine the efficiency of different mycotoxin binders to reduce the levels of mycotoxins. And out of the 10 commercially available mycotoxin binders or modifiers that we investigated, we found that just 1 or 2 products were able to effectively reduce or absorb aflatoxins, Zen, T2, DON, ochratoxin, and fumonisin in this order. So aflatoxin first. So the binders are really good for aflatoxin, then followed by zearalenone, and then T2, and then DON, then ochratoxin, and finally fumonisin. The remaining ones were not very really good, particularly for Zen, fumonisin, ochratoxin, and T2. I want to thank the project was actually funded by the European Union, so a lot of thanks to the EU, and I want to thank my supervisor as well, Professor Chris Elliott, and all the researchers within the Institute for Global Food Security, Queen's University, Belfast in UK. And I would like to thank Awawi for inviting me, and I would like to thank all of you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toby, for your great presentation and telling us about your research work. Really perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So in order to keep everything move on time, so I think I move back to Professor Chen Chen. I think he is here right now, and I think he is ready for his presentation, which is about the dietary mycotoxin exposure and risk assessment for child malnutrition and human health. Please, Professor Chen Chen.
你好，现在可以听到吗？
Yes, I hear you well.
Could you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just restarted Zoom and it works.
Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I have to turn off the Zoom on my mobile phone. All right, let's get started. So today, I'd like to share with you my topic today. So today's topic is the dietary, the mycotoxin exposure and the risk assessment for child, for malnutrition and human health. So now let's look at our outline. First, I want to talk about the human health risk on the mycotoxins. Actually, there are 2 things we focus on. The first one is aflatoxin. And actually exposure highest in the warm regions where the corn, the peanuts, are the dietary samples, like the Africa and Asia, especially the residents in that areas, and they have the higher risks. As we all know, the alpha toxin is the major bacteria which can just lead the cancer. And we all know that it will just harm our liver, will lead to the liver cancer. And the second thing is the fumonisin. Actually, fumonisin will increase the intestinal permeability and risk of the infection, and will also harm our digestion system. So about the some exposure, highest in the past, we found it has a very bad influence on the infants. Though the correlation is not that obvious, we still need to attach great importance to this. So next is stunting in children, the current situation in the world. So according to the definition by the WHO, the child's height for his or her age is 2 standard deviation or more below the WHO growth reference. Actually, it's located in the South of Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. And since 2008, actually, there were more than 195 million children under age of 5 worldwide. After that, we take a lot of measures and achieve some efforts. So until the 2020, and this number decreased to the 150 million, but it still has the really huge influence on the infant's health. So the stunting in children is our priority. So recently, we found that the mechanisms the mycotoxin cause growth in impairment are not yet known. And the mycotoxins will harm the liver, the gut, and the brain, the 3 organs of our people. So it will lead to the imbalance of our liver, which is also correlated with the intestinal, the enteropathy, and the inflammatory response. So in this way, it will attach a really bad influence on the human's digestion system. So actually, in the Mexican State University, I took part in the Gates Fund, and we took part in a project on Cassinia. And from this program, we helped 115 children. And we found that the AFB1, the plasma, the biomarkers analysis at 24 months of age. And we found that the urinary, the diminution of BI at 24 to 36 months of age, as well as we also measure their height, their weight to evaluate the exposure relations between them. And we also just evaluate their socioeconomic status, like the intakes of the vitamin A, the zinc, iron, etc. So from the research, we found that some higher socioeconomic status was positively associated with the improved children's growth outcomes. So the WAMI index is increasing positively. But on the other hand, we also found that 72% of the children were exposed to the mycotoxins. In addition, so let's talk about UFB1. the concentration shown as a negative association with the WAZ scores. So actually 60% of the children has already over this data. So when the UFB1 divided into quartiles, the HAZ and WAZ, and we found that the children in the fourth quartile had the lowest growth measurement. And the pictures below can show the correlation.
There is a negative correlation between B1 and the V value. So with the lower exposure of pharmacism, the greater exposure result in greater stunting risk. And in Nepal, only 2% of the children's urine are detected with pharmacism. So it depends on the volume of the mycotoxin. And the lack of the vitamin A will lead to the delay of the development of children. And its formalism is the main reason, is the main cause. Before 2001, the aflatoxin is the main reason, but after 10 years, I don't think that aflatoxin is the main reason. And this is deployments of the deployment. And there is some reason with the with some mom's body condition, such as the lack of nutrition will lead to the poor development of children's body. And there are two approaches to reduce aflatoxin, economic and health risk. And we can receive the vacancy of HPV. And the amount of aflatoxin consumed.
And
to protect the population from aflatoxin, over 100 nations have regulated standards in food. And we'll take the health into consideration and how we're gonna affect the trade made worldwide. So what benefit can we gain, especially for the country located in Africa? And with the strict regulation of aflatoxin, nations with high maize consumption that import exclusive from US are vulnerable to US supply chain. And if we reduce the intake of the aflatoxin, we can reduce the liver cancer rate. And we need to consider what group of people can benefit from this. And Africa and China are the main exporter of crops. And what will China and Africa gain? And dairy clinical intervention and say among 100,000 population, and like Kenya and Peru, and they highly consume the maize, and the hepatitis B level is quite high. And next, I will talk about the Codex Alimentaris statement on dung. And so in most population, the Codex dung guideline would indeed provide a level of safety from potential adverse effect from dung exposure through wheat or wheat production. However, several nations consume a large amount of wheat-based food. Allowable level of dung in food would need to be even stricter to be the standard. So far, no country seem to have adopted the 2015 Codex dung guideline. And in the state, so the trade of the wheat is controlled by several countries, and the wheat trade is not severely affected by people. And it takes more time for us to complete the standards, and the standard can protect our body and surveys.
的这个污染进行控制呢，都取得非常好的效果，尤其是这个干燥技术能够非常有效的降低这个活血梅毒素的一个这个污染的水平。这个呢，在国际的援助组织呢，也在这个很多发展中国家进行了推广。此外呢，就是动物和人胃肠道当中的这个乳酸菌，它能够跟这个活血梅毒素进行结合，来减少。
And it's combined with some of the enzymes. And the leaves grain, it can improve the exposure rate. And the secondary enzymes, and it can also help us to interpret the alpha toxin. And the dolphin in green tea can also reduce inflammation. And another aspect is to receive the vacancy of HB. And this is in Qidong, in China, in 1980s. It was a suburban area, but it's quite sufficient. And their exchange of food is limited. And the local people take maize as the main crops. So, but after 1980s, there is a great exchange of crops. And the probability of liver cancer reduces because they started to intake the other crops besides of maize. And this is the cancer mortality rate in Jiangsu province. And the local governments attach great importance to this phenomenon and why the liver cancer rate is very high. Because before 1980s, they mainly consume maize and crop and corns. And the desert sand is not suitable for plant wheat. And the aflatoxin pollution is very high. And they can intake dozens of milligram. So with the promotion of the wheat plant, and the local people started to consume more rice rather than maize. So their cancer rate has been reduced greatly. So you can see that the aflatoxin biomarker decreased dramatically in this area. And with the diversity of the dietary, the liver cancer rate has been reduced significantly. So I would like to summarize. In order to counter the risk, for some places in Africa, and they didn't impose strict aflatoxin standards. And they consume a lot of maize, and their HB carrier rate are very high. And the EU and Japan, Canada, they would like to experience insignificant health benefit. And we have adopted a very strict control and to reduce the rates of the HB. And Africa also exported peanut to European countries. And the total loss is around 670 million euros.
To lead to more the food safety scandal. So according to our recent research, and we also found some animal sourced foods, which we call it ASFs. And we totally understand the value of the animal sourced foods. It can improve the nutrient access in higher quality diets. So last but not least, I'd like to share with you, although the animal sourced food is really good, the red meat is still very controversy, especially the processed red meat can lead to the cancer. So we're gonna leverage all the things together to make sure how to just implement the food safety. So thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Professor Chen Chen. Yes, thank you very much. Is there any question from the floor or from the participants? So if you don't have like any question right now, we're gonna have like a Q&A session later on, so we can have like a question during that time. So now I would like to move to our last speaker. So she is the Dr. Ayeola Ovorabi. Ayeola is a postdoctoral researcher at School of Food Science and Technology, Thammasat University. She worked a lot on the lactic acid bacteria, gut microbiome, and also mycotoxins. And today she will be with us and she's gonna present her work in the title of The Hidden Dangers of Mycotoxin Contamination in Asian Fermented Food and Emerging Issues. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aoi, for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm here to provide more insights into the less discussed topic, which is the hidden dangers of mycotoxin contamination in Asian fermented foods. It's an emerging issue, actually. And just by way of introduction, I'm Dr. Ayeola Ovorabi, and I work at Thammasat University, Thailand. So mycotoxin, we have heard so much on mycotoxin today, and I wouldn't like to go into much details again because previous speakers, they are really dealt about what mycotoxins are and the perils of why we are talking about mycotoxins. So I'll just give a brief highlight about mycotoxins just to refresh your memory. They are produced by filamentous fungi. They are toxic metabolic substances. They're naturally produced and they are resistant to temperature and storage, which makes them quite difficult to manage. And lastly, they cause economic losses at various levels of production. And it's so interesting to say that mycotoxin, in early studies by Escola et al. 2020, they reported that mycotoxin affects about 60 to 80% of the global crops annually. So this is quite a big issue, which calls for serious concern, especially when it comes to human and animal health. So this shows the various mycotoxins present in fermented foods that are of public health concerns. And we have of course, the aflatoxin, the DON, the ZEN, the FB, the ochratoxins. Several of them, they have been identified by various studies previously to be present in fermented food products. So how do these mycotoxins really get to us, to humans, and they can get to our crops during the pre-harvest period on the field, during the harvesting, and some environmental factors, of course, they support their prevalence in our crops. And of course, they occur during post-harvest, during the storage of our crops, where they are supported by various conditions, during the distribution. And finally, these crops that are stored can be consumed by animals. And when these animal products are consumed by humans, they can lead to mycotoxin exposure in human. And also, these contaminated crops can be as well ingested by humans after storage. And all this can lead to mycotoxin exposure in humans, of course, in animals as well. Now, the major focus of our food products, which is fermented foods. I know that we are quite familiar about the fermented food product, especially in this continent, Asia, and it is defined, or they are defined as foods, beverages produced by controlled microbial growth and through the conversion of food components by enzymatic action. So we have various categories of fermented food, just to say that most of the fermented food products falls within the fermented series category. So we have various fermented series as food products that we have across the world, and of course, Asia is not left out. Interestingly, the global fermented food market ingredients was predicted to grow, or was predicted that to grow, the compound annual growth rate will be 4.3% between 2019 and 2024. And to say in the study by Model Intelligence 2018 that Asia, of course, Asia, especially China and India, was largest fastest growing markets for fermented food and ingredients. So it's so interesting that the fermented food products, they are of global, they are in global markets in all continents, as well as they are not left out in Asia. So we have various fermented foods common in Asia, in Korea, in Japan, in Thailand, in Vietnam, in India, in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Vietnam. We have lots of them. I just showed a picture showing the diversity of the fermented food products we have in Asia. So the question is, why do we eat fermented foods? So there are different reasons why people eat fermented food products. And the first thing is because of the lactose fermentation helps to store food longer, and it helps to improve the texture of the food, improve the color, improve the taste. And more importantly, the probiotics present in these fermented food products, they help to modulate our gut microbiota and improve the digestive system. And the safety concern, or the safety points about this fermented food are they have the beneficial bacteria, which helps to inhibit some pathogenic bacteria in our system. And also the enzymes present in these fermented foods, they help to aid nutrient absorption, which makes us to be less concerned about vitamins and supplements to improve our nutrient absorption. And fermented foods, they have increased nutritional components, and of course, they can help us to improve our immune system through the gut health. However, we have several benefits, health benefits we can derive from these fermented food products, but there are some safety concerns that we should to be pointed out in this fermented food. For example, we have the bacterial toxins, we have the mycotoxins, and we have other toxins such as the plant toxin, the biogenic amides, all other compounds that are present in fermented food. But for today, in relation to our topic today, I'll be focusing on mycotoxins in fermented food products. So in this study, we evaluated the prevalence of mycotoxin in fermented food and beverage in Asia. And at this point, I would like to say that there are limited data information on the study of mycotoxin contamination in fermented food, I think globally, but even in Asia countries, there are just limited data that we could extract. And in this study, we tried to source for publication on Science Direct, Google, Scopus, and in all, we could see just about 15 relevant publications that pertains to mycotoxin contamination in Asian fermented foods. And the study, we saw a study in 1970 up to 2021, and from publication from several Asia countries, 7 of them actually, they evaluated 10 kinds of fermented food and beverage, and 6 kinds of mycotoxins were detected in these fermented food products. So this is just the summary of the fermented food products that the authors evaluated for mycotoxin contamination. And most of them came from soybean, fermented soybean products, fermented rice, we have fermented milk products, and some fermented beverage. So this figure, it shows the incidence of mycotoxin contamination in Asian fermented food. And this is for aflatoxin specifically. The aflatoxin, the number of positive sample was the first higher in Malaysian, in the red yeast rice that was produced in Malaysia. 46 samples of them were positive for aflatoxin. The next one is the fermented soybean paste, the dojiang, the shoyu, meiju, miso, and fermented milk products, and some fermented beverage. And the next one is the zen. The zen occurred in the fermented soybean paste. 32 samples were positive for this type of mycotoxin. We have the Chinese black tea, another beverage. We have the tempeh too. About 4 samples of the fermented foods were positive for zen. Looking at the HOTCA, we have the meiju. We have, of course, the red yeast rice that was produced in Malaysia. And we have the fermented soybean paste. And of course, we have the Chinese black tea. All these fermented food products, they were detected for several mycotoxins, and of course, they contained ochratoxin A in them. And what next one is done. For done, we have 36 samples of soy sauce were positive for DON. And the next one, we have the fermented soybean paste with the dojiang, and the other fermented beverages. These categories of fermented food products were found positive for the mycotoxins in them. We have the citrulline. The citrulline were detected mostly in the red yeast rice produced from Malaysia. And the next one was the red yeast rice from China. From Malaysia, 50 samples of them were positive for citrulline, and in China, 43 samples. And lastly, the DON sample seemed to occur in all the mycotoxin, all kinds of mycotoxin, and fumonisin is not left out. 30 samples of this fermented soybean paste were positive for FB. Evaluating the concentration, because if we say the samples samples positive, the next question we ask is how high are these mycotoxins in them? And we try to extract data and try to project in the figure the maximum mycotoxins detected, maximum levels of mycotoxin detected in this fermented food. And for example, in red yeast rice, have about 77 micrograms per kg, and meiju 48, dojiang 7, 5, 3. And when these are compared to the maximum concentration that was set by EU for aflatoxin, it was 4 microgram per kg. And if we see this figure, we can see that most of the fermented food that were positive for aflatoxin, they exceeded the maximum limit set by the EU Regulation Commission. And the next one is Zen. Zen occurred in several fermented products, and the concentration of Zen in Chinese black tea was really quite high, about 182 microgram per kilogram. And when compared to, it may not be a perfect comparison because the maximum limit set by the European Union FAO may not give a explicit regulatory limit for all types of food products. But I just put the ones provided. Maybe it could be a close range for us to be able to compare the concentrations of mycotoxins in a fermented food sample. The Chinese black tea was about 182 microgram per kg. The fermented soybean paste, 95, the tempeh, 44 microgram per kg. If we could compare with this limit, which is 75 microgram per kilogram, we'll see that the Diogen sample, and most especially the Chinese black tea, really exceeded the maximum limit. For the OTA, we have the major sample, about 193 microgram per kg, and the fermented soybean paste, the highest concentration of OTA detected in them were 59. And I indicated Diogen 3, Diogen 2, Diogen 1 in order to show that these fermented food products were evaluated by different authors where the informations were extracted. And the list is the red yeast rice. When moving on to Dawn, the maximum concentration of Dawn in soy sauce was really high, 1,246 microgram per kilogram in this soy sauce. So it shows that people really consume this food product, but are we really aware of the fact that there are mycotoxin contaminations in this food product that are mostly consumed in Asia? For the citrinine and fumonisin contamination, it's really so amazing that I would like to focus on the red yeast rice from red yeast rice, especially where the citrinine concentration level, the maximum concentration level was 3,666 milligram, not microgram, milligram per kg that was discovered in red yeast rice. And the maximum limit that was set for citrinine for red yeast rice by EU was just 100 microgram per kg. So it shows that the figures of this mycotoxin levels in this fermented food product, they are quite alarming and they call for serious health concern. So it's really so surprising that the evaluation of mycotoxin contamination in fermented food is not just a new thing. And surprisingly, we saw a publication that was carried out in 1970 in Japan, evaluating several different fermented food products from Japan. And although they did not discover the real compound of aflatoxin, but they still could detect the aflatoxin-like fluorescent compound in Asian fermented food products. So in summary, most of the mycotoxin contamination were discovered in fermented food products from soybean, and the next one from rice variety. So it really shows that the soybean fermented food products, they could be vulnerable to mycotoxin contamination. And also for the OTA was found most especially to really, from all the samples evaluated or from the information of the mycotoxin contamination in the publication, OTA was detected at a really high level, making up to about 58% of the total samples tested for OTA, 58% of those samples were positive for OTA, and also citrulline, 53% of those samples were positive for citrulline contamination. Just a recap of everything, figures and table, about 1,490 samples of fermented food products were evaluated by these authors from 1970 to 2021, and a total of 514 samples were positive for at least one mycotoxin contamination. In essence, based on the percentage prevalence of the mycotoxin contamination in this fermented food, OTA occurred in about 29%, followed by the aflatoxin 27%, and the citrulline 18%, the DON 11%, the Zen 9%, the fumonisin 6%. And so we had about 26% of the fermented food samples were contaminated with at least one type of mycotoxin. And we shouldn't forget, or I should say that some of these fermented food products, they contained even more than one type of mycotoxin. This is just to show a brief summary of the health significance of mycotoxin exposure in human, especially over a long period of time, and most especially they could impair the immune system because they are immunotoxic. And we have several of them in this range. The aflatoxin, just all the mycotoxin, they are potentially immunotoxic. And for the focus of this study, the aflatoxin, the ochratoxin A, of course, they are carcinogenic. I appreciate the fact that all previous speakers, they mentioned that this mycotoxin, they could cause cancer in human population. So I would say that most the mycotoxins that were detected at a higher percentage from this study, they have the high potential to be carcinogenic, to be hepatotoxic, to be immunotoxic, and several of them, especially when humans are exposed to them over a long period of time. What are the possible ways that we can prevent this mycotoxin contamination of fermented food? The first thing I would say is awareness. So we shouldn't ignore the fact that fermented food products could also be contaminated with mycotoxins. Fine, they already gone through the process of fermentation, but we would say that this process does not completely eliminate the levels of mycotoxins and I don't know other toxins in them. So the first thing is awareness. Fermented food products could be contaminated with mycotoxins, even at levels that are way higher than the regulatory limits. The next one is we should try to produce our fermented food products using clean raw materials that are free from mycotoxin contamination. That's the first step towards a clean food. The next one is when the fermented foods are fermented with lactic acid bacteria, the lactic acid bacteria has a way of binding or inhibiting the mycotoxin production or synthesis in this fermented food. The next one is how are these fermented foods products produced. The way of practicing hygienic processing condition could also help to limit or to prevent the mycotoxin occurrences in this food. The last one is appropriate packaging system. When these fermented food products are appropriately packaged in good packaging system, this can help to improve the shelf life and to also reduce the mycotoxin contamination. And after all this, we can have a safe fermented food and which can provide the health benefits for which it was intended to humans. So before I go, I like what Dr. Jun said, that if it's not safe, it's not food. And also I would like to leave us with this quote that says, the food you eat can either be the safest and the most powerful form of medicine, or the slowest form of poison. I would like us to think about this. Thank you so much for listening. I would like to say that the Damasak University, in collaboration with Queen University in Belfast, would like to try to work on this research gap in order to study on the mycotoxin contamination in various fermented food, and of course, how we can mitigate them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Kimmy. So it is a great presentation. So I think we are going to the last section, Q&A section. So is there any question from the floor or from other participants? So maybe it is maybe 6 p.m. in China right now, and I think most of you would like to maybe a little bit tired and want to go back home. Okay, so I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to all of you for come here, sharing the knowledge together to join us for these sessions. And before leaving the session, I would like to summarize about the key points that we really got from CIFSQ for 2021. For me, after listening for the presentation of all of you, I think the network we need the network for sharing the knowledge and also solving the problem together. We cannot solve it by ourselves. We should need like everybody to help together, to hand in together and help solving the problem. And we do need like an innovative, rapid, accurate, and reliable detection method. This is very important for detecting mycotoxin and its modified form right now. So we still need to do like some work, some scientific work, keep going for this. And also we should have like a more study on the impact of mycotoxin to human health, especially with a sensitive group, for example, child, for example, malnutrition people, and also with some like people who has some disease. Also with TDI and exposomic studies should be conduct more in this region. And mycotoxin mitigation strategies should be more emphasized, how to develop a good binder, how to develop like a mitigation strategy or mitigation pathway for reducing mycotoxin. It should be more emphasized and more investigated. And the last one, increasing awareness by education and positive communication that Dr. Chang Guangshou said about the positive communication to farmer and all key players. That is really the other thing that is really important. So I think all of this will help us try to improve the mycotoxin situation in this global context. And I would like to take this opportunity. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you very much for joining us today. Okay. So thank you very much for the speaker. Thank you very much for all participants, and thank you very much for Maggie, Angela, and all the staff of the CIFSQ for organizing this amazing conference. And I hope next year we can see all of you in person in China next year. Okay. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon. And I would like to close this session right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Avonri. Thank you to everybody.
You.